Hidden in the Ethiopian Bible is a book once considered among the most influential chronicles of Jewish history, yet few today have ever heard of it. This forgotten book details the empires, betrayals, and bloody struggles that shaped the world Jesus was born into. It is a record of poisoned heirs, desecrated altars, murdered priests, and a nation fighting to remain faithful to God. If you have ever wondered what happened between the Old and New Testaments, this book brings that hidden history into light. This is the Book of Josippon, Book 1, read by Christopher Glyn. When Alexander, the first king of the Greeks, had secured his kingdom, he died while still a young man. After his death, his dominion was divided among 4 of his captains. He left behind a young son named Archelaus, but the boy's tutor, seeing how promising he was, became jealous. He gave him a poisoned drink and killed him. These captains then fought among themselves, and one of them, named Ptolemy, ordered that the law of Moses be translated into Greek. His purpose was not devotion, but to find some way to accuse Israel and draw them away from their faith. 70 elders were chosen to translate the law. Ptolemy placed each one in a separate house so that none could speak with another. Yet by the power of God, they all wrote the same translation, word for word, even though they made 13 intentional changes. This was a miracle, for they all agreed exactly as though one man had written it. When the 70 elders finished the translation, Ptolemy rejoiced greatly in their wisdom. He honored them with royal clothing and great gifts, and sent offerings to God by their hands. Though many Jews at the time accepted the customs of the Greeks, these 70 remained faithful to the law. Not long after, Captain Seleucus, Ptolemy's companion, died. In his place, Antiochus reigned in Macedonia. Antiochus made war on Ptolemy, defeated him, took all his dominions, and slew him. Then he subdued the land of Israel, which had been under Ptolemy's rule, and grew very proud. He hated Israel because they had supported Ptolemy in the war. This is the same Antiochus who built a great city on the sea coast and called it Antiochia, where he set up a golden idol. He commanded the children of Israel to be brought to it and worship it. But many chose death rather than betray the religion of their God. Some even threw themselves from the roof of the synagogue, their mother church. Before this, he had taken away their Sabbath, their new moon, and their tradition of circumcision, forbidding them to keep the commandments in any way throughout his domain. He put many Israelites to death and oppressed them more cruelly than any previous enemy. His second in command, named Polypus, ruled from Jerusalem. He set up an image in the temple and commanded all Israel to worship it, and whoever refused was to be slain. He put to death Hannah and her 7 children, as recorded elsewhere. When Antiochus heard this, his hatred grew even more, and he swore to kill all Israelites who would not worship the image. Then many Israelites fled to Mount Modiad and to Jericho, escaping the harsh laws of Polypus and Antiochus. Their governor was the high priest Mattathias, son of John, also called Casmaname. The priest commanded them to fast and humble themselves before the Lord with weeping, sackcloth, and ashes. After this, Mattathias said to the people, "If you are willing to risk your lives for the Holy Lord, why die like women? Let us go out and fight Polypus. If we die with honor. Perhaps the holy and blessed God will help us and will not wipe out the remnant of Israel." Everyone agreed with his advice and made a covenant with him. When Polypus heard of this, he gathered his army and marched to destroy them, killing every Israelite he found. Mattathias the priest and the rest of Israel, hearing that Polypus was coming, went up to Mount Modit with their wives and children. There Mattathias arranged himself and his sons in battle order. He had 5 sons: Judas the eldest, next Jehonathan, the third Joachim, the fourth Shimeon, and the youngest Eleazar. All of them were strong and valiant warriors. When Polypus approached, he tried to deceive Mattathias, saying, "You are an important and honorable man in Israel. Come down, and you and your people worship the image. Do not fight the king. If you do this, you will live and not be destroyed. You shall even be made their prince if you obey." But Mattathias refused to be deceived, and instead cursed and rebuked him. Mattathias had an altar at the foot of the hill, where he had offered sacrifice to the most blessed God. Then one of the traitorous Israelites came from Polypus's camp and sacrificed a swine upon it. The wicked man was young and strong, while the priest was old. Yet when Mattathias saw what he did, he cried out to God for strength and challenged the man to a duel. The challenge pleased both the traitor and Polypus with his whole army. Mattathias came down with his sword drawn, and the young man faced him, prepared to fight. But the priest rushed upon him, and with God's help, Mattathias defeated him, cut off his head, and threw his body on the altar. Polypus and his whole army were astonished and looked at one another in shock. Mattathias stood by the altar crying, "Which of you will come to me, man for man?" So Polypus chose his strongest champion and brought him forward to fight the priest. Mattathias walked toward the camp with his sword bare, as if he were coming to fight the champion. But he ran past him and turned his sword against Polypus himself. Mattathias struck off his head and fled up the hill. Then the Israelites blew their horns and shouted together. They rushed down and attacked Polypus's camp. When the pagans saw their leader was dead, they fled. Casmanami and his sons, with all Israel, pursued them, defeated them, and made a great slaughter. After this, Mattathias the priest went to Jerusalem. He purified the temple, restored the worship of God, and commanded that all children born during the rule of Polypus be circumcised, for because of the enemy's ban, they had not been. When things were restored, he sat upon the throne of the kingdom and drove the Greeks out of the land of Israel. His rule lasted 1 year, the 212th year, from the building of the second house. After this, he became sick and near death. He charged his sons to keep the commandments of the Lord and to walk in his ways, and to be courageous against the Greeks for the sake of the Lord's religion. Then he brought forth Judas, a tall and brave man. He placed him in the sanctuary, took a horn of oil, and poured it upon his head. The Israelites clapped their hands and shouted, "God save the king! God save the king!" Soon afterward, Judas gathered an army of Israel and went out against the Greek forces left in the land. Wherever Judas went, God gave him success. However, Antiochus sent a mighty army led by his captain Polonius against him. Polonius was foolish, so Judas waited for the right moment. When Polonius's army was starving, Judas attacked suddenly, defeated them completely, and slew Captain Polonius and the strong men around him. When Antiochus heard this, he became furious. He chose a very valiant captain named Lysias and sent him against Jerusalem with 1,000 horsemen and countless foot soldiers. Judas, hearing this, ordered a fast throughout Israel for 3 days. Afterward, he reviewed his army and appointed captains over thousands, hundreds, 50s, and 10s. These captains told the soldiers, "Whoever is afraid, return home." Many returned, yet 7,500 remained. all so courageous that one of them would not have run from 100. Lysias divided his host into 3 parts under 3 captains, Nicanor, Bagris, and Ptolemy. But when the Israelites gave a great shout, the Lord struck down the Greeks, and Israel slew 9,000 of them and plundered the whole camp. The rest fled. The next day, King Judas kept the Sabbath in the temple with all Israel, for the battle had been on the 6th day. The day after, Israel returned to the battlefield to finish off any survivors, but found none, for they had fled to Astaroth Karnaim. During these wars, Antiochus invaded Persia because they had rebelled. He fought them, but feared revolt in his own lands, so he returned to Antiochia in great shame. There he found the army of Lysias shattered and humiliated. Enraged, he gathered all the bravest warriors of Greece, all who could bear arms, and swore he would bring such a great army that the ground around Jerusalem would not be enough for them to stand on. He brought horsemen, wagons loaded with weapons, bows, shields, targets, swords, spears, breastplates, and helmets, and a great number of elephants, each able to carry 12 fighting men like a moving fortress. But King Judas took courage, trusted in God, and met him in battle. When Israel attacked the elephants, they struck them with such fierceness that the beasts roared, and the horses and all the animals carrying the baggage panicked. King Antiochus, riding on his mare, fell off as she bolted. His servants carried him for a time, but because he was heavy, they could not bear him, and left him on the road. The Lord had already plagued him and his army with rotten sores, scabs, and other terrible diseases. Seeing all this, Antiochus admitted it was the hand of God. He vowed that if he survived, he would circumcise himself and all his soldiers and convert them to the worship of the God of Israel. But God did not hear him. His foot rotted away, and he died on the road from his painful diseases. Opiter his son reigned after him. King Judas and all Israel returned joyfully to the house of the Lord. They offered sacrifice, and as they laid wood and offering upon the altar, they prayed for God to accept it. Then fire came out from the altar on its own, consuming the sacrifice and the wood, a miracle never seen among them until that day. This happened on the 25th day of the month Elul, or August. King Judas also went on an expedition into Arabia to make war on its people. He killed many of them, brought them under his rule, and made them pay tribute. On his way back to Israel, he attacked the great city of the Greeks, captured it, and destroyed it. After that, he marched 10 days into Greece, where a mighty chief commander, the right-hand man of King Opiter, came out against him with a strong army. But Judas's presence made the Greek forces uneasy, and they withdrew. From there, Judas went to the city of Sipolis, which was under the Romans. Godolius, governor of Judah, came out to meet him with a royal gift and told him that the Romans had always shown goodwill to the Israelites, treated them as neighbors, and done them kindness. Judas examined the matter, found their words to be true, accepted their gifts, and departed. Soon after, Gregorius, a Roman captain, started a war with Judas. But Judas fought him in battle, destroyed his whole army, and either slew or captured every man. When Opiter, son of Antiochus, heard of all the great deeds Judas had done in the nations around him, he gathered all his people and raised a powerful army. With this host he came and besieged the Israelite city of Betha. Then Judas and all Israel cried out to God with fasting and sacrifices. That night, Judas divided his men into several bands and ordered them to surprise the Greeks in their camp under the cover of darkness. They did as he commanded, entering the camp at night and killing about 4,000 of the strongest Greek soldiers. The next day, Judas prepared for open battle, and again the Israelites struck down many Greeks. But in this battle, Eleazar, son of Mattathias and brother of Judas, was killed. He saw a soldier riding an elephant with a golden sword and believed him to be King Opiter, who had 20 elephants in his army. Taking courage, Eleazar cut down the Greek soldiers around him until he reached the elephant. Because it was too tall to reach the riders, he thrust his sword into its belly so that it would fall and crush the king. The elephant fell, but upon Eleazar himself. He died there, and all Israel mourned him with great sorrow. When Opiter heard of this, he immediately sought peace with King Judas and asked for a league to be made between them. Judas agreed, and Opiter returned to Greece. But on his way home, he was captured by his enemies and killed. After Opiter, Demetrius, who had been his rival and the cause of his death, became king. At that time, certain wicked Jews served the king of the Greeks in his wars. Among them was Alcimus, who went to the king at Antiochia and urged him to make war upon Israel and King Judas. By Alcimus's advice, King Demetrius sent a captain named Nicanor with a strong army against Judas. But Nicanor wished instead to make peace and alliance with him. When Nicanor came to Jerusalem, he sent word to Judas that he bore him goodwill and desired to enter into a league with him. When Judas came out with his brethren, the sons of Casmonami, Nicanor met him, embraced him, and kissed him. He then brought him to his pavilion and seated him in a place of honor. Judas later held a great feast for Nicanor and his nobles in Jerusalem, where they ate and drank at the king's table. Judas was still unmarried, so Nicanor encouraged him to take a wife and secure his succession. Judas accepted his counsel. But the wicked Alcimus went to King Demetrius and informed him of the league between Nicanor and Judas. Demetrius became angry and wrote to Nicanor accusing him of treachery. Nicanor was still in Jerusalem when the letter arrived. When Judas heard of its contents, he fled from Jerusalem into Samaria, sounded the trumpet, and gathered Israel to him. Nicanor then entered the house of the Lord, searching for Judas, found him not. He questioned the priests, who swore they knew nothing of where he had gone. After searching every corner of Jerusalem, Nicanor feared Judas might attack him. In a rage, he swore he would destroy the temple. Gathering his whole host, he marched swiftly against Judas. When Judas heard Nicanor was coming, he left Samaria to meet him, and they fought a great battle. Judas slew many Greeks, about 18,000 horsemen, and took Nicanor alive. He intended to kill him, but Nicanor begged for mercy, saying the king knew he had not made a league with Judas to betray him later, but to betray the wicked king, his own master. He begged Judas not to kill him, and swore never again to bear arms against him. Judas spared him, made a league with him, and dismissed him. Nicanor returned to his master in shame. After this, Demetrius died, and Lycia, his son, reigned in his place. Lycia wished for peace, but his subjects urged him to go to war himself with a mighty army against Judas. But the Greeks were no match for Judas and fled to Asdotum to recover their strength for a second battle. They returned and fought again, but this time the Israelites turned and fled. King Judas did not flee, but called to his men to return and stand with him. They would not obey. So Judas remained alone with his sword drawn. None of his enemies dared approach him at first, but with chariots and horsemen they surrounded him. Archers shot at him and wounded him badly until he fell dead upon the ground. The Israelites who stayed with him were taken alive. Judas reigned over Israel for 6 years. Many Greek captains were slain in that battle, and the king himself was severely wounded. He returned to his own land to be healed, and after he recovered, he returned again to Jerusalem and throughout the cities of Israel with the Greek armies. For 4 months after the death of Judas, he afflicted Israel so terribly that nothing like it had ever been seen. During this time, the people of Israel turned to Jonathan, son of Mattathias, and made him king in Judas's place. They swore loyalty to him. Jonathan fought great battles against the Greeks with the help of Samnus, a relative of Alexander the Great. Samnus made a league with Jonathan and fought beside him, ravaging Greece. At last, the king of the Greeks slew Jonathan by treachery. After Jonathan, his brother Simeon reigned over Israel for 6 years. Then Antiochus II, king of the Greeks, came to make war against him, but Simeon met him in battle and set an ambush beforehand. He arranged his army as if preparing for a normal fight, then pretended to flee with his whole host until Antiochus and his men followed far enough to fall into the trap. Then the hidden ambush rushed out upon the Greeks and killed many of them. After this victory, Simeon returned to Jerusalem with great joy. Soon after, Ptolemy, king of Egypt, sent an ambassador to Simeon, offering him his daughter in marriage. Simeon agreed, and Ptolemy came to Jerusalem where a great feast was held, and the two kings were joined together in alliance. But Antiochus, king of the Greeks, secretly wrote to Ptolemy, urging him to murder Simeon. Because the king of Egypt was under the power of the Greeks, Ptolemy obeyed. When Simeon came into Egypt to visit his father-in-law, he was welcomed with feasting, but secretly given poison, from which he died. Ptolemy also cast Simeon's son, who had come with him, into prison. These things happened as judgment upon Simeon, for he had broken the Lord's command not to make alliances with the Gentiles. Simeon ruled Israel for 18 years. Then his son John reigned in his place. In the Greek tongue, he was called Hyrcanus. The same Ptolemy, king of Egypt, gathered all his strength and invaded Israel. But John met him in battle, and the Lord overthrew Ptolemy and his whole host. Many were slain by the Israelites, and the rest fled to the city of Dagon, which Israel quickly besieged. Inside the city was the mother of King John, who Ptolemy cruelly set upon the walls and scourged with whips so her son could see her suffering. When Hyrcanus saw her misery, he wished to stop the siege and leave Ptolemy, but his mother called out to him, saying, "My dear son John, do not worry for me, for all chastening comes from God. Fight bravely, keep the siege, and avenge me, thy father, and thy brother whom Ptolemy murdered." John followed her words. He built a great mount and used powerful engines of iron like chariots to batter the walls until they shook. Many soldiers inside fled, and the whole city began to fall apart. Seeing this, Ptolemy ordered John's mother to be tormented even more, increasing her scourging until John's heart could endure no longer. Unable to watch her suffering, he stopped the siege, allowing Ptolemy to escape. Ptolemy then killed John's mother and fled into Egypt. In the 4th year of King John's reign, Pius, king of Greece, came and besieged Jerusalem with great force. John could not face him in the field, so he stayed within the city. Pius raised great towers against the walls, dug a ditch, and built a mount, placing engines at the gates until the city was tightly enclosed. They even broke one of the turrets off the wall, which terrified all Israel. The people agreed to go out and fight, even if it meant death. Though John did not fully approve, they went out, slew many of the Greeks, and drove the rest back so far that they camped farther from the city. The Israelites then destroyed the towers the Greeks had built and continued to fight small battles daily until the Feast of Tabernacles. At that time, John sent to Pius asking for a truce so they might keep the feast in peace. Pius agreed and even sent a fat ox to be offered to the God of Israel. Its horns were covered with beaten gold. It was dressed with crystal fillets and precious garments of purple, and along with it he sent plates of gold and silver filled with spices, all as offerings to the Lord. Seeing all this, John went out to Pius, made peace with him, and held a great feast for him and his chief captains. He also gave Pius a pound of gold. John then went with Pius to help him fight against the king of Persia, who had rebelled. But John did not stay long, for the time of Pentecost was near, so he returned to Israel while Pius went on. The king of Persia met Pius in battle, slew him, and slew his army so completely that almost none survived. When the news reached John, he rejoiced greatly and returned to Jerusalem in peace. After this, John fought many battles with the surrounding nations and won victories in all of them. He came to the Mount of Chorazim, where he captured a fortress of the sectaries and Samaritans. He then destroyed their temple, their place of sanctuary, which had been built by the permission of Alexander the Great. It was built by Manasseh the priest, brother of Simeon the Just. But Hyrcanus, the high priest, tore it down 200 years after it was built. From there, he went to the city of Samaria and besieged it. This chief city of the Samaritans and the sectaries suffered so much from the long siege that the people inside were forced to eat the carcasses of dogs. When the Feast of Propitiation came near, John hurried to Jerusalem to perform his duties as high priest. He left his eldest son Aristobulus and his second son Antigonus as generals of the army. During this time, the people of the besieged city wrote to the king of Greece to rescue them. The king came with great power, but Aristobulus and Antigonus went out to meet him with the strength of Israel and utterly destroyed the Greeks, killing about 21,000 fighting men, with the rest fleeing. After this victory, the young men returned to the siege. John had heard that the Greeks were coming and feared for his sons and for Israel, not knowing what had happened. The great victory had taken place on the 9th day of Tisri, September, but John knew nothing of it. His heart was troubled, but he continued his priestly duties as the feast required. As he entered the Sanctum Sanctorum, the most holy place, to offer incense and pray for mercy for his children and his army, he heard a voice speaking to him. "Do not trouble thy mind for thy children and the host of Israel, for yesterday the Lord of mercy heard them. For thy father's sake, be strong of heart and pure of hands." When the king left the sanctuary, he told the people what he had heard. The next day he sent a messenger to Samaria and received full confirmation that everything was true. Because of this, John was greatly honored among all Israel, for they saw that the Lord had accepted his service, filled him with the Holy Ghost, and increased his kingdom and priesthood. After this, he journeyed to Samaria again, besieged it for a whole year, and finally captured it. He killed all who lived inside, tore down the walls and palace, and burned the city. He fought wars with the Romans and the Arabians, and the Lord prospered everything he undertook. Soon after, God gave him rest from all his enemies, and Israel lived safely and peacefully throughout all his days. One day, the king held a feast for all the sages of Israel so they could rejoice with him. While he was in a cheerful mood, he said to them, "I am your scholar, and everything I do by your authority. So if you see any fault in me, or if I behave wrongly, tell me, so I may correct my ways." The sages all praised him highly, saying, "Who is like you, our Lord the King, worthy of the kingdom and the priesthood, famous for good works, and blessed by the God of heaven? You have done great good for Israel." The king was pleased and rejoiced at their words. But one man among them, not wise in speech, named Eleazar, spoke without care, "If it please your majesty, it would have been enough for you to wear the crown of the kingdom. You should have left the crown of the priesthood to the seed of Aaron, for your mother was captain in Mount Modit." This angered the king greatly. The Sadducees, who already hated the sages, told the king that Eleazar had spoken with their advice. So the king asked the sages, "What punishment should a man receive who dares to speak such terrible things against the king?" They answered, "He deserves to be whipped." Then one of the Sadducees said, "It is clear that this man acted on the counsel of the sages, and so they will not sentence him to death." Hearing this, the king said nothing, and all joy turned to sorrow. The next day, by the king's command, a proclamation was sent throughout all his dominions. Everyone must follow the decrees of Sabbac and Bithus, and anyone who refused, anyone who kept the traditions of the sages, would be put to death. This John the high priest, after 40 years in office, became a Sadducee. Yet the Israelites did not obey his command openly. Instead, they secretly kept the teachings of the sages. But the king and his servants followed the ways of the Sadducees, searching out those who held to the sages' traditions and putting to death all they could find. By this, he led many in Israel to follow the Sadducee belief. John ruled in Israel for 31 years, and then he died. After him, his son, Aristobulus, became king. John had 3 sons, Aristobulus, Antigonus, and Alexander. Alexander had been hated by his father and banished. He went and made war against Tyre and Sidon, conquered them, and forced them to be circumcised. Aristobulus despised the high priesthood and refused to perform it. Instead, he took the kingdom, set the crown on his head, and called himself the Great King. He also banished his mother and his brother Alexander, not allowing them to live in Jerusalem. But he loved his brother Antigonus, making him lieutenant general over all his wars. Antigonus prospered in all he did and returned safely to Jerusalem. He went into the sanctuary to pray for his brother the king, who was grievously sick, and to thank the Lord for victory over his enemies. But a wicked man came to the king and brought a false report, saying, "Your brother, returning from war, asked about your health. When told you were sick, he said, 'I will go to him today and rid him out of the world.'" Hearing this, the king became angry. He ordered Antigonus to be arrested and taken to Staten, to be held in prison until he could investigate the matter. In secret, the queen commanded that Antigonus be killed without the king's knowledge. When the king heard that his brother was dead, he cried aloud, wept bitterly, tore at his breast, and fainted, spilling much blood from his mouth. He reigned for 2 years. After him, his brother Alexander, also called King Janai, was brought out of the prison where Aristobulus had put him and made king of Israel. He was strong and brave in war and won many victories over his enemies. He fought against the Philistines, Assam, and Ascalon, overcame them, and returned with honor. He did not refuse the priesthood, but served as high priest. Once, when he stood at the altar offering sacrifice, one of the sages threw a piece of cedar wood at him. The king lifted his right hand on the altar and cried, "Give me my sword!" The sages fell on their knees, saying they meant no disrespect, that they were only making merry on the holy day. But the king's servants replied harshly, "Even if you rejoice, it is not the custom of our land to treat the king with such scorn." The argument grew fierce, until the sages insulted the king, saying he was unclean and suspended from his office, and that his grandmother on his father's side had been a captain in Mount Modit, staining his lineage. The king grew furious and commanded that all the sages be slain. Wherever they were found, whether in the sanctuary or in the streets of Jerusalem, they were killed at once. Then the king ordered that all people follow the laws and traditions of the Sadducees. In those days, the sages suffered greatly. Some were killed by the sword, some fled, and some stayed home in shame. After these things, the king made an expedition into Arabia. He marched as far as the rock of the wilderness against Hatim, king of Arabia, conquered his land, then warred against Medaba and all Moab, subdued them, and brought them under tribute. He returned to Jerusalem with great honor. After these victories, the king repented of his wrongdoing. He changed his mind and began to honor the sages, submitted himself to their teaching, and followed their traditions. At that time, there was a sect called the Pharisees. Many of them had fled Jerusalem when the king had turned against them. Now the king sent for them to return. When they came into his presence, he spoke kindly. "My brethren, what is done and cannot be changed. You cannot deny the reproach you gave me, nor can I recall the blood I shed. Yet I confess my fault and have changed my anger to love. I ask you to put away your bitterness, forget your grief, rejoice in peace with me, and be of good cheer." But they answered, "We will not put away our hatred. You speak deceitfully, and we speak truth. You killed our leaders and elders. Your father Hyrcanus began this evil, and you continued it. This hatred between us has taken deep root. We cannot stop mourning until you die, and God takes vengeance for our sakes. Only then will we rejoice." The Pharisees then left the king's presence without receiving any answer from him. Later they saw that the king was preparing himself against them, and they realized that he intended to harm them. After consulting together, they went to Demetrius, king of Greece. They told him what John and Alexander his son had done to the Pharisees and to all the Israelites who supported them and followed their traditions. They explained how hated Alexander was among the people because of the evil he had done, and how the Pharisees would gladly help anyone who would avenge them. Demetrius followed their counsel. He gathered all his armies, numbering 400,000 horsemen with foot soldiers too many to count, and marched to encamp against Sycham. King Alexander raised 6,000 men to defend himself, but the king of the Greeks secretly wrote to the elders of the sectaries, telling them not to aid Alexander. He also sent gifts of gold and silver to the hired soldiers serving under Alexander, so that they would abandon him and return home. This left Alexander without enough strength to resist Demetrius. Hearing that Demetrius was leaving Sycham and marching toward Jerusalem to capture him, Alexander fled by night with a few men and hid himself in the mountains. When the Israelites in Judea heard that the king had fled from Jerusalem and that the city was in danger of falling into the hands of the Greeks, They united together as one man, 10,000 strong, to defend their lives. They attacked the camp of Demetrius, killed his best soldiers, plundered his entire host, and drove them back to his own land in great shame. After this, King Alexander regained courage and returned to his kingdom. But the Pharisees fled to Beth-Shemesh, fortifying themselves there against him. Alexander heard this, gathered an army, went against them, captured the city, and took 800 of the chief Pharisees, bound them in chains, and brought them to Jerusalem. Then he held a banquet upon the roof of his palace, a high place where he and his nobles ate and drank until they were drunk. In his drunken joy, he ordered the 800 Pharisees to be brought out and hanged on gallows before him. As he watched them die, he laughed and drank heartily. After this, he fell sick in the 24th year of his reign. It was a severe and long-lasting fever that held him for 3 years. Yet even in sickness, he did not end his wars, but continued to fight his enemies with fierce determination as if he were in perfect health. In the 27th year of his reign, the 3rd year of his sickness, he went out on an expedition into the land of Moab against a city called Rabbah. He was very weak, and his wife, Alexandra the queen, went with him, fearing he might die on the way. He camped against the city and attacked it fiercely, but his illness grew worse. Seeing that he was near death, Alexandra wept bitterly and said, "To whom shall I turn when you're dead? For you have done great harm to the Pharisees, whom all the land loves and follows. If they choose to take revenge upon me and our young children, they will have the support of the entire land." The king answered, "Do not weep or show sadness. I will tell you what to do. If you follow my counsel, you and your children will rule as you desire. If I die, no one needs to know it. Tell anyone who asks that I am sick, and will see no one. Meanwhile, anoint and preserve my body with balms. Continue the assault against this city until you win it. Then return to Jerusalem with joy. Do not put on mourning clothes or weep. Bring me into Jerusalem and lay me on a bed like a sick man. Then call together the chief of the Pharisees and bring them to me. Speak to them gently. Alexander has always been your enemy. I know it well. Therefore take him if you wish. Cast him into the fire, throw him to the dogs, or bury him. Do with him as you think best. I know they are merciful men. They will bury me honorably and choose one of my sons, whichever they judge worthy, to be king." The queen did exactly as the king instructed. After she captured Rabbah, she returned joyfully to Jerusalem. She then gathered the elders of the Pharisees and spoke to them as the king had taught her. When the Pharisees heard that the king was dead and that his body was in their hands to do with as they wished, they answered, "God forbid that we should do this to our Lord, the anointed of God. He was king and high priest. Though he sinned, his death shall atone for his iniquities. We will mourn him, carry his coffin on our own shoulders, and bury him as befits a king's majesty." And so they did. He had reigned for 27 years. After him, his wife Alexandra became queen, for once the Pharisees had finished the 7 days of mourning, they entrusted the kingdom to her. She had 2 sons, the elder Hyrcanus and the younger Aristobulus. Hyrcanus was just and righteous, while Aristobulus was bold, courageous, and cheerful. He also favored the learned men and followed their teachings. But Hyrcanus, the elder brother, loved the Pharisees. One day, when the queen sat on the throne, she called the ancients of the Pharisees before her, honored them, and ordered that all Pharisees imprisoned by her husband be released. she took the Pharisees by the hands and commanded all Israel to obey their teachings. She made Hyrcanus high priest and Aristobulus the lieutenant of war. She sent also to every land her husband and father-in-law had conquered, demanding noblemen's sons as hostages whom she kept in Jerusalem. The Lord gave her peace from all who were under her rule. She also gave the Pharisees authority over the learned men, placing them in the Pharisees' power to govern as they saw fit. After this, the Pharisees quickly found a man named Dogris, an important leader among the learned, and they killed him along with many others of the elders of that sect. This put the sectaries in great distress. They gathered together and went to Aristobulus, the lieutenant of the wars, and then appeared before the queen. They said, "You know the hatred between us and the Pharisees. They hate your husband and father-in-law and even your children. We were your husband's men of war, loyal in all his battles. Yet now you have delivered us into their hands to be slain or driven out from the land. What will Hatim, king of Arabia, do when he hears this? We will abandon you, and he will come to avenge the defeats your husband gave him. The Pharisees will join with him and deliver you and your children into his hands. Then there will remain neither name nor remnant for King Hyrcanus or Alexander your husband." The queen gave them no answer. At this, Aristobulus was angered and spoke sharply to his mother, but she refused to hear him. So Aristobulus advised the sectaries to leave Jerusalem and settle in the cities of Judah, where they could live with honor and not be slain by the Pharisees. They followed his counsel and lived in the cities of Judah. Not long after this, the queen fell gravely ill and was near death. When Aristobulus heard it, he feared that the Pharisees would make his brother Hyrcanus king and arrest him. So he fled by night to the city of the Sadducees to become their leader and wage war on his brother if he tried to reign. He went to the chief of the Sadducees, Galustius, a mighty warrior. Gathering a strong army, Aristobulus ignored the queen's letter asking him to return. Instead, he went to war against the surrounding nations, winning 20 cities and gaining great fame. As the queen grew worse, the chief Pharisees came to her with Hyrcanus, weeping. They told her they feared Aristobulus, who, if he came to Jerusalem and took it, would deliver them to the Sadducees. She said, "I am dying and cannot speak much. In my house there is great treasure gathered by my husband, my father, and the kings before them of the line of Casmonani. Take it and make my son Hyrcanus king over you. If Aristobulus rises against him and makes war, you may use this treasure to hire soldiers and defend him as you think good." With these words, she fainted and died. She reigned over Israel 9 years and was buried with her people. Then the Pharisees, priests, and all Jerusalem made Hyrcanus king. When Aristobulus heard this, he gathered his army and marched toward Jerusalem to fight his brother. But Hyrcanus met him near Jericho by Jordan. The Sadducees in Aristobulus' army were strong fighters and overpowered the Pharisees. Thus, Hyrcanus and his supporters were defeated, and Aristobulus went on to besiege Jerusalem and bring it into great distress. So the priests and elders of the people consulted together and came out to Aristobulus. They bowed before him and begged him not to scatter the Lord's people. He agreed on one condition, that he should enter Jerusalem as king, and that his brother Hyrcanus should remain high priest. They accepted this, and when Aristobulus entered Jerusalem, Hyrcanus came out of the sanctuary to meet him. They embraced and kissed each other, and Aristobulus became king, while Hyrcanus served as high priest. The Lord gave Israel peace for a time, but afterward the Lord sent an evil spirit among them, causing the kingdom to be taken from the line of Casmonini and the destruction of their descendants. This was because of the sins of Hyrcanus and Alexander his son, who shed innocent blood and turned Israel away from the prophets to follow the vain teachings of the Sadducees. And this is how it came to pass. The Sadducees convinced Aristobulus that as long as his brother Hyrcanus lived, neither he nor his kingdom could ever be secure. Aristobulus therefore planned how to remove Hyrcanus. But a man named Antipater discovered this plan. He was the most powerful man in Israel, wise and learned in the law and in Greek knowledge, trusted and skillful in all matters. His family originally came from those Romans who had been conquered by Israel, and he was of no noble house. He had 4 sons, Joseph, Pisalus, Herod, and Pheroras, and a sister named Salome. Antipater favored Hyrcanus because he was just and upright. He revealed Aristobulus's plot to Hyrcanus and advised him to flee to Hatum, king of Arabia. Antipater went ahead to prepare the way, and Hatum was glad to hear of Hyrcanus' coming. Antipater told him, "Hyrcanus intends to flee here because of his brother Aristobulus. If you will help him quickly, you may easily remove Aristobulus from the kingdom, for all Israel prefers Hyrcanus and does not favor Aristobulus." Hatum answered, "I fear the Jews and their cunning. Alexander his father defeated me 3 times by his craft and took my dominions from me." Then Antipater swore to Hatum, "Hyrcanus will be a faithful and loyal friend, ready to do whatever you desire." With this promise, Hatum was persuaded, and they made a league together. Antipater returned to Jerusalem, helped Hyrcanus escape by night, and together they went to the king of Arabia. The Arabians rejoiced at Hyrcanus' arrival and welcomed him with honor. When they met to finalize their agreement, Hatum demanded that Hyrcanus return the cities that his father had taken from him. Hyrcanus agreed to everything. Because of this, Hatum gathered the whole host of Arabia and led them toward Jerusalem to make war. All the men of Judah came to Hyrcanus, except those living inside Jerusalem, and together they surrounded the city on every side. It happened that during the feast of Passover, the people in Jerusalem could not keep the festival in the holy place because of the siege. A righteous and upright man of the city named Honiariga secretly went into the camp of Hyrcanus and Antipater. With much pleading and tears, he begged them to grant a truce to Jerusalem during the feast of the unleavened bread, so the people might perform the service of the solemnity in the holy place. Hyrcanus answered him, "You are a just man, and whenever you have prayed, the Lord has heard you. Pray now that the Lord would deliver Aristobulus into our hands, so Israel may have peace." Honiariga replied, "Am I God? Can I stop the wars stirred up by the sins of many?" Seeing he refused to pray as they wished, Hyrcanus' men drew their swords and threatened him, saying, "If you will not pray, you shall die." Realizing his life was in danger, Honiariga cried out to the Lord, "O Lord everlasting, who has chosen Israel from all nations and set your name in this house, let it please you to bring peace and brotherhood among your people. Take away the hatred that has arisen for no good reason. Let not one faction prevail against the other, for all are your servants and children of your covenant." When the servants of Hyrcanus heard this prayer, they rushed upon him with their swords and killed him. But God delayed not his vengeance. He struck both the army of the Arabians and the army of Hyrcanus with a terrible plague. Chapter 2. At that time, a famous captain from Rome named Pompeius came into the region, going to war against the land of Armenia. Pompeius sent one of his leading men to Damascus. Aristobulus, who was still under siege, heard of this Roman presence and hoped to make an agreement with him. He sent Pompeius's man a gift of 400 pounds of gold, asking him to drive away the Arabian army and end the siege. In those days, the entire world obeyed the Romans. The Roman captain therefore wrote to Hatem, king of Arabia, saying, "Leave Jerusalem at once. If you do not, know that you have broken your league with the Senate of Rome, and soon the whole Roman army will invade your land." When Hatem saw this letter, he immediately lifted his siege and departed from Jerusalem. Hyrcanus and Antipater were forced to abandon their own siege as well, returning with shame and reproach. When Aristobulus heard that his enemies had retreated, he gathered an army, chased after them, struck down both the Arabians and the Israelites who sided with Hyrcanus, and returned to Jerusalem with great joy. Not long after, Pompeius himself arrived at Damascus, where Aristobulus brought him a remarkable gift, a golden vine, beautifully crafted. The roots, leaves, clusters, and grapes were all pure gold, and the whole piece weighed 500 pounds. Pompeius was delighted and sent it to Rome to the consul. The entire Senate, 320 senators, marveled at the craftsmanship, and with great ceremony they placed it in the temple of their gods before the idol Jupiter. Pompeius then wrote letters to Aristobulus thanking him greatly, and assuring him that both he and the whole Senate favored him, and that Pompeius would always be his friend and speak for him. When Hyrcanus heard this, he lost all hope. But Antipater comforted him, saying, "Do not let the friendship between Pompeius and your brother trouble you. I will go to him myself and make him your friend." Antipater went to Pompeius and persuaded him to dislike Aristobulus and favor Hyrcanus. He said, "If you support Hyrcanus, all Israel will gladly be under your protection, for everyone loves him. But if you support Aristobulus, the people will not obey you, for they hate him." Pompeius ordered that no one should know of their conversation, and said, "I will summon Aristobulus to come to me at Damascus. When he comes, I will have him seized and bound, deliver him to his brother, and restore the kingdom to Hyrcanus." From Pompeius's command, Aristobulus did come to Damascus. While he waited there, Hyrcanus came down from the rocks of the wilderness. When they both appeared before Pompeius, Antipater asked Pompeius to judge rightly between Hyrcanus, the lawful king, and Aristobulus, who rebelled against him and took his kingdom without cause. 1,000 elders of Israel stood up and testified that Antipater spoke the truth. Aristobulus replied, "I never fought him for the kingdom until I saw all those who made Hyrcanus king fall into disgrace because he is so weak and lacking in ability. All the nations around, whose lands our ancestors conquered, began to despise him, refuse tribute, and ignore him because of his feebleness and lack of courage." As Aristobulus finished speaking, a large group of handsome young men stood up, dressed in hyacinth and purple, carrying great shields decorated with gold, crystal, and precious stones. They supported Aristobulus's words and declared that he spoke the truth, that Hyrcanus was not suited for the kingdom. Pompeius marveled and said, "Happy is this people to have so many noble men, honest in word and deed. Happy also were the Senate of Rome if they could bring this great nation under their rule." So Pompeius set out for Jerusalem, taking both Hyrcanus and Aristobulus with him. But when Aristobulus realized Pompeius no longer respected the promises he had made or the golden vine, He dismissed him and fled to Alexandria in Egypt. Pompeius followed with his army and besieged Alexandria. From there, Aristobulus escaped again and returned to Jerusalem. Pompeius followed him again, sending Aristobulus a letter offering truces and pardon. Aristobulus came out to meet him. Pompeius did him no harm, but demanded that Aristobulus hand over all the vessels of the house of the Lord. Aristobulus refused. Pompeius, furious, ordered him to be put in heavy chains, and he assaulted Jerusalem, battering the walls fiercely until the defenders rushed out and killed 12,000 of his soldiers. After this, civil war erupted among the Israelites inside Jerusalem. The siege was terrible, and the people were divided. One group said, "Let us open the gates for Pompeius and submit under his protection." The other said, "Let us fight against him to the death." Most chose to yield, and therefore Pompeius entered the city and even the house of the sanctuary. He killed many priests and nobles who favored Hyrcanus. He then appointed a Roman named Secarus over the land to collect tribute, and departed, taking Aristobulus with him bound in iron. Because Pompeius traveled toward Arabia, Hyrcanus and Antipater accompanied him. As Aristobulus was carried away as a prisoner along with his 2 sons, one of them, named Alexander, escaped. Hearing that Hyrcanus and his counselor had left Jerusalem, he rode to the city and rebelled against Hyrcanus. He repaired the breaches in the walls that Pompeius had made, and the Israelites came to him and made him king in Hyrcanus' place. Alexander gathered an army and went out to meet Hyrcanus as he returned home from Pompeius, defeated him, and caused Secarus, the Roman tribute collector, to flee. Alexander returned to Jerusalem. Soon after, Gabianus, a Roman with a strong army, forced Alexander to flee to Alexandria. Alexander's mother, the mother of Aristobulus, went with him. She remembered how Aristobulus had been trapped before and wanted to save her son. She begged Gabianus with tears not to destroy Alexander. For her sake, he spared him. Gabianus then took control of all Judea and made Hyrcanus king of Jerusalem for the 3rd time. At his command, Hyrcanus placed Roman captains and rulers in Jericho, Zephyrai, and throughout the whole land of Israel. After this, it happened that Aristobulus escaped from prison in Rome and returned to Israel. When he arrived, the men of Israel gathered to him, and he soon commanded a powerful host. After counting his men, he chose 8,000 of the best and marched against Gabianus. A fierce battle took place. Most of Aristobulus' chosen men were slain, leaving only 1,000 who fled with him into the mountains. But the Romans pursued them and killed everyone. Even then, Aristobulus refused to yield. He fought alone, even after his helmet was broken and his head wounded in many places. At last, he fell to the ground, and the Romans took him alive. They brought him to Gabianus, who comforted him and ordered his surgeons to heal him. Afterward, Gabianus sent him back to the consul and senate of Rome, where he was again imprisoned. The senate, taking pity on Aristobulus' wife, who was said to be a wise woman, released his 2 sons from prison and set them free. But one of them, Alexander, would not be content. He rebelled again against Hyrcanus and the Roman governors. He gathered many Israelites, fought one of the Roman rulers appointed by Gabianus, and defeated him. But when he advanced further to meet Gabianus, he was overcome, and many Israelites were killed, though he himself escaped. After this, Gabianus came to Jerusalem and restored the kingdom of Israel to Hyrcanus for the 4th time. Around this time, A Roman senator's wife died in childbirth. They saved the infant by cutting him from her womb. Because his mother was cut, they named the child Julius and called him Caesar. The child grew quickly in strength and ability, and when he reached manhood, the consul and senate sent him into the wars. Whatever he attempted, he succeeded in, and God allowed him great prosperity. He took the empire from the Greeks and made it Roman. He conquered many provinces besides, and when he returned to Rome with power, he sought to rule alone. But Rome had long ago made strict laws never to allow any king or any one man to rule over them permanently. They refused to make Julius their king. This led to deadly civil wars in which Julius killed countless men. When Pompeius heard that Caesar now reigned in Rome and that he had slain the consul, the senate, and the nobles, he gathered his entire army from Arabia and marched out to face him. Caesar, learning that Pompeius was coming, sent for Aristobulus out of prison. Caesar spoke kindly to him, gave him an army, and made him its great captain, charging him to go out and resist Pompeius. Aristobulus was indeed a strong and valiant man. Pompeius, hearing that Aristobulus was coming, feared his strength and the might of his host. So he secretly wrote to the inhabitants of Jerusalem who were under his rule, asking them to deceive Aristobulus by sending him a gift and poisoning him. They obeyed. They sent noblemen bearing presents, and Aristobulus welcomed them, feasted with them, and drank with them until he was drunk. Then they poisoned him, and he died. He had reigned over Israel 4 years and 6 months. He was a strong warrior, brave in battle, and a man of pleasant countenance. When Pompeius received news of his death, he went gladly toward Rome to besiege it. But Caesar met him on the way and destroyed him and his host. Through this victory, the empire was established to Julius. Afterward, Julius sent gifts to the kings of Syria and Egypt by his captains, seeking their friendship. Antipater advised Hyrcanus to support Julius to win his favor. Hyrcanus agreed. Antipater led the host, fought bravely, and found such favor with Julius that he made him lieutenant of his wars. After fighting many great battles, Antipater returned to Jerusalem in honor and grew even more powerful. Later, Hyrcanus appointed Phasaelus, son of Antipater, as governor of Jerusalem, and Herod, his third son, as president of Galilee. At that time, a young man in Jerusalem named Hisqias, a bold warrior, gathered around him many distressed and desperate men. He became their captain, and they roamed through Syria, murdering and plundering, until the Syrians feared for their lives. The king of Syria sent word to Herod, ruler of Galilee, asking him to kill Hisqias and his men. Herod prepared himself and met Hisqias as he returned from plundering Syria. He surprised him and slew him and his followers. When the king of Syria learned this, he sent Herod a noble reward of silver, gold, and precious stones. Through such deeds, Herod's fame grew. The nobles of Judah complained to Hyrcanus about Antipater and his sons, saying that they oppressed Judah, and asking that Herod be summoned from Galilee to stand trial for killing Hisqias. Hyrcanus summoned him, and Herod came to Jerusalem, appearing before the judges dressed richly with a gilded sword. Shammai, an ancient man, rebuked his pride, but Herod ignored him and the judges. When Hyrcanus saw that the judges were close to condemning Herod to death, he took pity on him, saying, "We will not give judgment today. Tomorrow is a new day." By this he delivered Herod from their hands. Herod knew his life was at stake. That night he fled to the king of Syria and told him everything. The king gave him a strong army and came with him, intending to besiege Jerusalem. But Antipater and Phasaelus came out to meet him and rebuked him, saying, "Is this how you repay King Hyrcanus, who showed you mercy and spared your life?" They urged him to leave Jerusalem, and he agreed, but not before showing the inhabitants how strong he had become. Around this time, Julius, Emperor of Rome, was murdered in the house of his god by conspirators who had served Pompeius. One of the killers was Cassius of Macedonia, who fled there. Cassius held great power in that land. Meanwhile, Antipater continued to oppress the nobles of Judah. He was far more powerful than Hyrcanus, who had almost no real authority. Antipater and his sons controlled the entire realm and were honored by the kings of the surrounding nations. Because he oppressed the Jews so severely, they hated him and conspired to kill him. There was a man of high authority around Hyrcanus named Malchus, through whom the nobles carried out their plot. Malchus bribed the king's butler with gifts to poison Antipater's cup. As soon as Antipater drank from it, he died. His sons Phasaelus and Herod pretended to know nothing, yet secretly wrote to Cassius, who ruled in Macedonia, informing him of the deed. Soon after, Cassius arrived at Tyre. From there he sent messengers to Hyrcanus to come before him. Hyrcanus went, and with him came Malchus, Phasaelus, and Herod. Cassius received them all into his lodging and instructed his servants that whatever Herod commanded, they were to obey. Herod ordered them to kill Malchus, so they slew him while he sat beside Hyrcanus. Hyrcanus asked the sons of Antipater why this had happened. They replied, "Is it not clear that the servants of King Cassius killed him? We do not know why." Hyrcanus feared Phasaelus and Herod, knowing well this was their doing. So he said, "Malchus deserved such a death, for he was a crafty man and a usurer." After these things, Octavius Augustus, nephew of Julius, who had been murdered, came to Rome, and the people made him emperor. He shared authority with his uncle, Marcus Antonius. Once Octavius was established in the government, he sent Marcus Antonius to fight against Cassius to avenge Julius's death. Hyrcanus sent Marcus Antonius a gift, a crown of gold set with precious stones, and asked him to strengthen his kingdom and form a league between Hyrcanus and Octavian Augustus, King of Kings. Antonius granted this, just as earlier Romans had done. Around that time, Antigonus, son of Aristobulus, wrote to Pagarus, king of the Persians, asking him to help remove Hyrcanus and restore the kingdom to himself. He promised Pagarus 500 pounds of gold and 100 virgins for his trouble. Pagarus gathered an army, and Antigonus left Jerusalem with many Israelites who supported him and joined Pagarus's host. They came to Jerusalem, besieged it, fought many battles, and launched great assaults against it. At last, they undermined the walls of the city. They captured Hyrcanus and killed Phasaelus. And to remove Hyrcanus from the priesthood entirely, Antigonus, who had taken the kingdom, cut off one of Hyrcanus's ears. But Herod escaped and fled to Augustus, emperor of Rome. Pagarus then made Antigonus king of Jerusalem and returned to Persia, taking Hyrcanus with him as a prisoner. But Augustus appointed Herod to be king over all Judah and gave him a strong Roman army to win it. On the journey back, Herod encountered Alexandra, the daughter of Hyrcanus, and Marimi, her daughter by Alexander, son of Aristobulus. Herod brought them into Israel, married Marimi, and celebrated the wedding in the Mount of Galilee, where the chief men of Israel dwelt. By marrying her, he made peace with them. At the same time, Marcus Antonius, partner in rule with Octavian Augustus, toured the western countries to bring them under Rome, and likewise Egypt, Damascus, and Syria. Herod accompanied him to the river Euphrates and aided him, for the Arabians lay in wait to ambush any who came to Antonius. Herod confronted them and defeated them. Antonius rejoiced at Herod's bravery and led him back into Israel with Cassius, his captain, carrying letters to all the commanders of Syria. These letters said, "Our Lord and Master Octavian Augustus, King of Kings, has appointed Herod, son of Antipater, to be king of all the land of Judah. When these letters reach you, you must at once aid him. None will be excused. All able to bear arms must go with him to Jerusalem to defeat Antigonus, the enemy of the king. Whoever refuses shall be put to death. I, Marcus, swear this by my sword." The captains of Antigonus, having read this, all defected to Herod, greatly increasing his strength. Antigonus, hearing of Herod's maneuver, sought to strike him before he could gather a mighty levy. Their armies fought a fierce battle in which many on both sides, and one of Herod's brothers was slain. In the end, the host of Hyrcanus was defeated. Afterward, Herod and Cassius marched to Jerusalem and besieged it. This was the 3rd year since Herod was made king of Israel. When they battered down part of the wall, Cassius and the Romans entered and made a great slaughter. They entered the sanctuary and attempted to go into the sanctum sanctorum, but Herod and his men leaped before them with drawn swords to prevent such a violation. Herod rebuked Cassius, saying, "If you destroy all the inhabitants of the city, upon whom shall I reign in the kingdom Augustus has given me? Then no kingdom will remain for the Romans." Hearing this, Cassius commanded his host, on pain of death, to kill no more Israelites. Herod then captured Antigonus and delivered him bound to Cassius. He also rewarded Cassius's soldiers with gold and silver. Cassius, afraid of God's anger for fighting against the holy city, offered a golden crown to the Lord. After this, he journeyed back to Egypt, taking Antigonus with him as a prisoner. There, he sent Herod a royal reward to have Antigonus killed, fearing he might claim the kingdom again. Cassius agreed and slew Antigonus. Chapter 3. Thus the kingdom was firmly secured for Herod. He made war on all the nations around him and forced them to become tributaries. Through this he became more powerful than any king who came before him. After these things, Pagarus, king of Persia, released Hyrcanus, son of Alexander, from prison. Pagarus set him as ruler over all the Israelites who'd fled into the land of Sennaar and into the Persian dominions, and he became their king. Hyrcanus greatly longed to see Jerusalem and the holy sanctuary again, and to see Herod, whom he considered almost as a son, and to observe how his kingdom prospered. But when Herod heard that Hyrcanus had been released and given honor, he feared him. He suspected that the Israelites might seek to restore the ancient kingdom to the house of their fathers, so he plotted how to harm him. He wrote a letter to Pagarus saying, "Hyrcanus raised me and treated me as his own son. Since I became king in Jerusalem, I have remembered the kindness he showed me, and I desire to repay him accordingly. Therefore I ask you to send him to me. If you refuse, be certain that there will be war between you and the Israelites with all their allies." Pagarus read the letter and sent word to Hyrcanus telling him he was free to go to Herod if he wished. But despite Herod's threats, Pagarus gave Hyrcanus much counsel. He warned him, Take great care. Herod is a shedder of blood and a breaker of covenants. He does not call you out of love, but out of fear. As long as you live, he will not rest, lest the kingdom return to you. Better for you to remain here with some honor than to go there only to die in disgrace. Know also the nature of men. If there are two, one honored, one despised, the despised may someday rise and the honored fall. But a man who was once despised and later honored will never endure seeing his former superior alive and near him. Besides, Herod knows that the people's hearts naturally incline toward the true king. And even if he wanted to make you high priest and keep the kingdom himself, he cannot. For with your ear cut off, you are unfit for the priesthood. If you go to Jerusalem, you will be left without kingdom or priesthood. This is unworthy of you. All the Jews in Babylon also begged Hyrcanus not to go. But he refused every warning, for it was the Lord's will, so that the bloodshed committed against the sages by his father and grandfather, and the wrong done by Honiaraga might return upon his own head. The house of David was to be wiped out, so that no remnant, name, or descendant should remain. Hyrcanus therefore traveled toward Jerusalem. Herod came out to meet him, embraced him, kissed him, and brought him into his own house. He feasted him daily and called him his father before all men, though in his heart he plotted to kill him. Alexandra, Hyrcanus' daughter, and Herod's mother-in-law knew his intentions and warned Hyrcanus many times. At first, he refused to believe her, but eventually he saw for himself that it was true. Hyrcanus then sought a way to flee to Maloch, king of Arabia. He sent to Maloch, asking for horses and a chariot. But the messenger acted falsely. He secretly gave Hyrcanus' letters to Herod, who rewarded him and ordered him to bring back Maloch's answer as well. The messenger delivered the letter to Maloch, who agreed to help and sent horses and a chariot. His letter said, "I have sent you horses and horsemen. Come to me, and whatever you desire, I will do for you." But the messenger secretly brought the reply to Herod instead. Herod immediately sent soldiers to seize the Arabians who had come to escort Hyrcanus. Then Herod summoned the elders and brought Hyrcanus before them. He said, "Tell me truthfully, have you written any letter to Maloch, king of Arabia?" Hyrcanus replied, I wrote none." Then Ristius, the messenger, was brought in as accuser, along with the captured Arabian horsemen. They told the whole matter before the council, and Hyrcanus stood speechless. Herod ordered him to be put to death. In this way, the kingdom was fully secured for Herod. The total time Hyrcanus had ruled was 40 years and 6 months. After his mother's death, he reigned 3 years, until Aristobulus removed him and made him high priest. 3 years later, he returned to his kingship, ruling 40 years altogether. Then came Antigonus, son of Aristobulus, who carried out the proper judgment on Herod's behalf. He deposed Hyrcanus, cut off his ear, and drove him from the holy city. Later, when Herod, once his servant, became king, Hyrcanus returned to Jerusalem, and Herod shed his blood innocently. Hyrcanus had once delivered Herod from the hands of the elders who wished to kill him for the death of Hiscius. From that time forward, Hyrcanus did not do evil before the Lord, except in this, that he tolerated Herod's shedding of innocent blood. For that, his own blood was shed. Therefore, happy is the one who never forgets his duty. Marimi, daughter of Alexander, son of Aristobulus and wife of Herod, had a brother named Aristobulus. Many young noblemen urged that this young Aristobulus be given the office of high priest. But Herod, being cautious, refused to promote him, for he feared the children of Chasmonini, to whom Aristobulus belonged. Even though his wife pleaded strongly with him, Herod instead appointed Haniel, a man who had no kinship with the house of Chasmonini. However, once Herod had removed Hyrcanus, the father of Alexandra, Herod's mother-in-law, the two women took matters into their own hands. They deposed Haniel from the high priesthood and elevated Aristobulus to the office. Although he was still young, Aristobulus was wise, capable, and remarkably handsome. There was no finer youth in all Israel. Haniel was the first high priest ever removed from office in Israel's history, and it was done for the sake of Herod's wife and her mother. But Alexandra, Herod's mother-in-law, was still not satisfied. Her father's death remained a constant grief to her. She frequently spoke harshly to the king, until at last he placed her under guard. She then secretly wrote to Cleopatra, queen of Egypt and wife of Marcus Antonius, one of the great nobles of Rome, describing all the harm Herod had done to the house of Chasmonini and begging for help. Cleopatra replied, "If you can find a way to come to me secretly, you shall see what I will do for you." Alexandra showed this letter to her son Aristobulus, urging him that she would flee to the Sea of Jaffo and sail to Egypt, and persuading him to escape with her. Aristobulus agreed, saying, "We will make 2 large coffers, one for you and one for me. We will reward our servants to carry us out secretly so we may escape and save our lives." But their plan was discovered by one of Herod's servants, who told the king immediately. Herod commanded that when the coffers were carried out, they should be brought before him. When they were opened, Alexandra and Aristobulus were found inside. Herod rebuked them sharply, but Alexandra answered him just as sharply. Angered, the king withdrew to his chamber, saying, "It is better to dwell alone in a corner of the house than with a quarrelsome woman in an open place." Yet for a year he pretended to show no displeasure. Later, during the Feast of Tabernacles, Aristobulus, dressed in the high priest's sacred garments, stood in the temple near the altar to offer sacrifices. The Israelites saw his beauty, skill, and noble manner and rejoiced. They praised God for leaving at least one descendant of the house of Chasmonini to avenge the wrongs done to it. When Herod heard this, he became fearful and angry. He knew the hearts of the people leaned toward Aristobulus, and he feared they might restore the old kingdom to him. Shortly after, Herod traveled to Jericho for the festival, taking his whole household. He made a great feast for all his nobles and servants, seating each one according to his rank. Aristobulus sat in a place of great honor beside the king. During the feast, Herod had secretly instructed some of his young servants to invite Aristobulus to go swimming with them in the Jordan, and there to drown him. They invited him, but Aristobulus refused unless the king gave permission. He asked Herod, and Herod at first denied him, but the young man pleaded so earnestly that Herod at last told him to go as he wished. Aristobulus went with them, and Herod immediately mounted his horse and rode back to Jericho, leaving the young men behind. They swam until sunset, and as darkness came, they drowned Aristobulus among them. When news reached the king, the people wept and lamented bitterly. All Israel mourned the young man's virtue, nobility, and beauty, grieved that he had died so young. Their sorrow was so great it was heard far off. Marimi and Alexandra could not be comforted. Even Herod wept and made a great show of grief, for he realized the wickedness of his deed. But all the people knew full well that the murder had been arranged by the king. Alexandra boldly accused him to his face, charging him with the murder of her husband, her father, and now her son. Herod answered her nothing. From that day onward, there was constant hatred between Alexandra and Marimi and Kipparim, Herod's mother, and Salamet, his sister, who were of low and servile birth. Marimi taunted them openly, saying they were not of the seed of Israel, but unholy and base. Yet Herod loved Marimi greatly and would not offend her as long as she lived, nor even rebuke her for such speech. After these things, Marcus Antonius, nobleman of Rome and second to Octavian Augustus, king of kings, was sent by Augustus to campaign in the western lands. Ruling from Egypt and influenced by his wife, he rebelled against Augustus and fought him by sea and by land. Since Egypt was near Israel, Herod supported Antonius and helped him, for Antonius had previously strengthened Herod's rule so firmly that no king dared oppose him. But when Antonius rose up against his prince and master, Herod aided him with an army of horsemen and ships. In these wars, Octavian gained the victory, slew Antonius and all his forces, and then sailed to the Isle of Rhodes, and from there entered the land of Egypt. When Herod heard that Marcus Antonius had been slain and that Octavian Augustus had entered Egypt, he was terrified, fearing Augustus's anger. But after a time he gathered his courage, prepared a royal gift, and traveled to meet Octavian Augustus. Before departing, he called Joseph, husband of Salamet his sister and chief of his household. Herod commanded him that if Augustus put him to death, Joseph must poison Marimi. Herod said, "It is not fitting for kings that a common man should marry a king's widow and lie upon the king's bed." Then Herod traveled toward Octavian Augustus, who was in Rhodes. Knowing Augustus was displeased with him, Herod entered his presence wearing his crown. Immediately he removed it and fell on his face before Augustus and said, "Most noble emperor, I confess my fault, that I loved Marcus Antonius, my ally and neighbor who aided me. It is true that since you made me king, you heard of my troubles, yet never came to help me, whereas Marcus Antonius did not fail me. Therefore, in the war between you, I aided him with soldiers, horsemen, and ships. I never accompanied him for my own gain, but always supported him with all my strength. When he fell, I upheld him. When he stumbled, I raised him. For all this, I ask that I not be counted as a breaker of your league. But now he is dead. If it pleases you to restore me to my former estate, I will faithfully serve you. But if you put me to death, you do no wrong, for by the law of war, I have deserved it." When Augustus heard this, he said, "Arise, King of Israel, in peace. Be of good comfort and fear not, for you are worthy to stand near, even beside me. I know Marcus Antonius was misled by his wife and would not follow your counsel. Had he listened, he would never have rebelled." Augustus restored Herod's crown and made a league with him. Then they traveled together into Egypt to take revenge upon Cleopatra. But when Cleopatra saw her city conquered, she dressed in her finest royal garments, sat upon her throne, and commanded a viper to be brought. She let it bite her breast, and she died. When Augustus entered and found her dead, he was deeply grieved. Meanwhile, Joseph, Salamet's husband, revealed to Marimi that Herod had ordered him to poison her should Augustus kill him. Marimi grew even more bitter toward the king. When Herod returned safely and honorably from Augustus, and his whole household rejoiced, Marimi showed no gladness at all. No, not even when the king himself told her how greatly Augustus had honored him. She remained sorrowful and cold. Seeing this, Salamet told Herod that Joseph had lain with Marimi while he was gone. Herod did not believe her at first, knowing she envied Merimie. But at length he asked Merimie why she did not rejoice at his safe return. Herod saw by her face that bitterness filled her heart. Merimie answered, "You say you love me above all your wives, yet you ordered Joseph to poison me?" Herod was shocked that Joseph had revealed the secret. He began to suspect that Salamit's words might be true, that Joseph had indeed slept with Merimie. He left his palace angry and confused. Seeing he despised Merimie, Salamit accused her further, hiring false witnesses who claimed Merimie had tried to poison the king. She urged Herod, "If you let her escape, she will destroy you and take your kingdom. The law says, if someone seeks to kill you, strike first." These words stirred Herod so greatly that he commanded Merimie to be brought into the city square and beheaded. As she was led out, all the women of the city followed her, weeping. Alexandra, her mother, cursed her fiercely, pretending to grieve over her supposed wickedness, hoping to please the king until she had a chance to poison him. Merimie remained silent, looking neither left nor right, unafraid of death, knowing she was innocent in heart and deed, and trusting God to reward her in the world to come. She offered her neck without fear, and they cut off her head, shedding innocent blood. But God delayed not his judgment. A terrible plague fell upon the house of Herod. His chief servants, noble women, and concubines died. Throughout Judea, the plague raged fiercely, and all Israel knew it came because of Merimie's blood. They cried to the Lord, "Will you punish the whole congregation for the offense of one man?" Then the Lord took pity on the land and withdrew the plague. The king also repented that he had shed innocent blood. He longed so deeply for Merimie that sickness overtook him, and he nearly died. During this time, Alexandra, Merimie's mother, plotted to poison him. When this was discovered, Herod ordered her to be executed. Thus Herod destroyed the entire posterity of the Maccabees, leaving none of that name alive. He also put to death Josaphat, husband of Salamit. The king had 2 sons by Merimie, Alexander and Aristobulus, who were in Rome when their mother died, having been sent to learn the Roman tongue. When they heard what had happened, they wept and hated their father for his cruelty. Soon after, Herod recovered from his sickness and was firmly established in his kingdom. He built strong cities and prospered greatly. In the 13th year of his reign, a severe famine struck the land. Herod took large amounts of gold, silver, and precious stones from his treasury and sent to Egypt for grain. He fed all who lacked bread, both Israelites and foreigners who came because of his fame. In all his wars, he prospered. He also resolved to rebuild the temple after the pattern and measurements of Solomon's temple. The temple, built by the exiles under Koresh, had not been restored to its former glory. When the Israelites heard he intended to pull the temple down and rebuild it, they answered nothing, fearing he would destroy it and then never rebuild. But Herod, seeing their fears, promised he would not rest until it was finished, and that he would provide abundant materials: gold, silver, precious stones, marble, timber, brass, and iron from his own treasury. Therefore, though he would pull down the old house, he was fully able to build it again at once. So Herod pulled down the house and rebuilt it again. He completed it at a length of 100 cubits, entirely of white marble. The full height of the stones was 120 cubits, 20 cubits sunk beneath the ground and 100 rising above it. Each stone was the same size, 12 cubits wide and 8 cubits thick. He covered the gates with fine gold and precious stones set with great craftsmanship. The thresholds and tops were of silver. He also made a magnificent vine of gold, a marvel of workmanship. Its larger branches glittered with pure gold. The smaller shoots were of reddish gold, and the upper parts were of yellow gold, with clusters of crystal hanging from them. This golden vine weighed 1,000 talents of pure gold, unlike anything seen in the world. He built a porch, and before it 2 silver walls, finely crafted. Behind the house, toward the west, he constructed a court 150 cubits long and 100 cubits wide, paved with pure marble. To the south and north, the courts were the same size. Within them, he set 150 pillars of white marble in 4 rows, each row 40 cubits long. Every pillar was 40 cubits high and 3 cubits thick. All the pillars and courts on the north and south sides matched exactly. Toward the east, the court stretched 720 cubits all the way to the Book Cedron. No one had seen a building like this anywhere in the world. He placed the golden vine before the porch. At the far ends of the courts, he built high galleries where those walking inside could look down and see the waters of the Brook Cedron flowing, a full cubit in width. Between the porch and the house he made a silver wall, half a handful thick, like a great veil. In that wall was a door of beaten gold, and above it a golden sword weighing 12 pounds, engraved with these words, "What stranger soever approacheth nigh here, let him die for it." All the work Herod did in the temple was astonishing. Never had any king been able to build such a structure. When the work was completed, the king sent servants to Siroas, his pastures, to bring 300 young bullocks and many sheep, fitting for his royal estate. With these, they dedicated the house with great joy. There was one day each year when the king always held a great feast for his whole court, his nobles, and the sages of Israel. Herod had arranged that this same day should be the day the temple was completed, making all the people joyful. He commanded that every province in his kingdom observe the day each year in the same manner, sending letters to the nobles, captains, and rulers. Even the Israelites scattered in foreign lands came with their leaders to see the house and the king. They had never believed the reports until they saw it with their own eyes, and when they did, it far exceeded everything they had heard. After this, the king's 2 sons by Merimi, Alexander and Aristobulus, returned from Rome to Jerusalem in great anger. They came with a strong company, and their hearts were heavy. Alexander had married the daughter of the king of Cappadocia. Aristobulus had married the daughter of Salamit, the king's sister. When they reached Jerusalem, they refused to come to the court or pay respect to their father. They would not even look upon him. Seeing this, Herod understood that they were plotting mischief. His own men warned him continually to beware of them and keep his guard close. Herod had a former wife from a foreign land of humble birth, by whom he had a son named Antipater. When he had executed Merimi, he had brought this earlier wife back into his court. Now, seeing Merimi's sons hated him, he appointed Antipater as his heir, and gave him all his treasury, and made him lord over everything he owned, declaring that he should reign after him. Antipater was cunning, and spoke constantly to his father, saying, "Why give me these things when those 2 lions are always above me, seeking my life?" By such deceitful words he stirred up hatred between Herod and his sons, though the king was reluctant to harm them. Soon after, Herod journeyed to Rome to see Octavian, and Alexander accompanied him, hoping Augustus would reconcile him to his father. When they arrived, Octavian rejoiced to see Herod and asked, "To whom hast thou left the land of Judah?" Herod replied that he had come out of duty to his lord the emperor and to declare all that had happened, with his son standing as his servant. He told the whole story from beginning to end. Octavian rebuked the young man for hating his father. Alexander answered, "How can I forget the pure womb that bore me, of the holy stock? If I forget my mother, slain, innocent, and without crime, then let me forget my right hand." He spoke with tears, and his words moved Octavian's heart. The noblemen around him also wept. Octavian first rebuked Herod for his cruelty, then urged Alexander to honor and submit to his father. The young man obeyed, for he would not resist the emperor's command. Octavian took Alexander by the hand and placed it upon Herod's breast. The father embraced and kissed him, and both wept. After this they departed from Octavian, who comforted them and gave them a royal gift, placing it in Herod's hands. Herod soon realized that the hatred of Merimi's sons was not going to cease. So when he returned to Jerusalem, he gathered all the elders of Israel and said, "I once thought to appoint one of my sons as captain over the people of the Lord, but I could not do so without the consent of Octavian Augustus. Now I have appointed all 3 of my sons, dividing my kingdom equally among them. Help each of them against their enemies, but never help one against another. And if you see any breach of friendship between them, do everything you can to repair it." He made them swear to this, and each man went home. But even with this, the hatred between Antipater and his brothers did not decrease. Antipater feared them, for they were of the house of Casmonini, and closely allied with powerful foreign kings. So he hired false accusers to tell Herod that the sons of Merimi were plotting to kill him. He also stirred up trouble between Salamit and them, for she had more influence with Herod than he did. He did the same between them and Pheroras, the king's brother. To Salamit he whispered, "Do you not see that the sons of Merimi know their mother died by your counsel? If they manage to destroy the king, they will cut you to pieces." When the young men heard these things, they came before the king and swore they'd never planned to harm him. They wept and pleaded with such sincerity that Herod believed them and showed them favor again. Antipater was displeased, so again he hired more false witnesses to say they saw Alexander, the king's son, walking at night before the palace with a drawn sword, intending to kill Antipater. He also bribed some of Herod's servants to accuse Alexander of offering them great rewards if they would yield to his lust in unnatural ways, accusations they said they refused. They further claimed he urged them to poison the king. Hearing this, the king was enraged. He ordered Alexander and all who defended him to be seized and imprisoned, intending swift execution. In desperation, Alexander wrote to Archelaus, his father-in-law, asking him to come to Jerusalem. Archelaus was a wise man and a noble counselor. When he arrived, Herod gladly welcomed him and asked him why he had come. Archelaus replied, "I have heard that Alexander your son and my son-in-law has rebelled. Such things cannot be done without my daughter's knowledge, yet she never told you. Therefore, she must be condemned. But I know how dear she is to you. For my sake, you would spare her. So I am come that when you put Alexander to death, I may also kill my daughter. Better that we destroy them than that they destroy us." Herod was delighted and trusted him. When Archelaus saw this, he changed his words, saying, "First, let us examine carefully, for there are many liars in the world. Let us not shed innocent blood." Archelaus suspected Herod trusted slander too easily, which had already caused many tragedies in his household. Herod agreed. One of the chief accusers was Pheroras, the king's brother. Archelaus then returned his rebuke unto Herod, saying, "You are grown old, and you let backbiters rule you, stirring you to ruin your own house. Even Pheroras has falsely provoked you against your sons." Pheroras was terrified, knowing the accusation was true. He came to Archelaus, begging for mercy. Archelaus said, "If you want pardon, fall before the king's feet and confess your lies." Pheroras did so, admitting he had falsely accused the king's sons. Archelaus pleaded for mercy, and Herod forgave him. He then pleaded that the young men be released, and the king agreed. The two sons came before Herod, fell at his feet, and Herod embraced them lovingly. He rejoiced greatly that Archelaus had arrived at such a good time. He gave Archelaus 700 pounds of gold, many precious stones and concubines, then dismissed him with honor. But Antipater resumed his schemes. He again hired slanderers and forged letters in the king's sons' names to one of the captains, claiming they meant to conspire and kill the king. This deepened the king's suspicions, and he ordered his sons imprisoned once more in heavy irons. Antipater also won over the king's chief rulers and servants. He bribed the king's barber to testify falsely that Alexander had hired him to kill the king while shaving his beard. When Herod heard the barber's words, he was deeply troubled and said, "I am weary of life, hearing these babblers fill my ears with tales. Let this be my law. Whoever brings me such accusations hereafter shall die." He ordered the barber executed and his two sons hanged, though they were innocent. Antipater rejoiced, believing the kingdom was now surely his, unaware that a higher judge watched his deeds. Alexander had two sons, Pheroras and Aristobulus, and Aristobulus had three sons, Herod, Agrippa, and Alexander. When the king returned to Jerusalem, he had been in Samaria by the lake when his sons were executed. He ordered that his nephews be brought before him at the court. When he saw them, he took pity on them. He wept bitterly as he embraced and kissed them, and all his servants wept with him, for he deeply regretted the terrible deed he had done. After the time of mourning ended, he gathered the chiefs of Israel and said, "I am old and gray, and I know not how soon I shall die. Here stand these little fatherless children whom I can never look upon without great sorrow. Every time I see them, I remember the wrong I committed against their father in my furious anger. Therefore I wish to place them under the care of a good man, one who can be a protector and father to them." All the people agreed with his words. Then the king said to his brother Pheroras, "You shall be their guardian, and you shall give your daughter in marriage to Pheroras, the son of Alexander." He also commanded his son Antipater to give his daughter to Herod, the son of Aristobulus. The marriages were arranged and sealed in the king's presence. But when Antipater noticed how much affection the king now had for his nephews, he grew greatly troubled. Pheroras, the son of Alexander, had a powerful grandfather, Archelaus, king of Cappadocia, and Antipater feared what this alliance might mean. So he fell at the king's feet, trying to break the king's renewed affection for the children, and to stop him speaking so kindly of them. But the king would not change his mind. Seeing this, Antipater went instead to Pheroras, the king's brother, and made a secret alliance with him. He persuaded Pheroras to break the covenant of marriage that had been arranged with Pheroras. Pheroras then went to the king and dissolved the marriage agreement. After this, Pheroras and Antipater grew very close. They feasted together day and night, plotting their affairs. When word of their friendship reached the king, he became afraid of their schemes. He therefore banished his brother Pheroras from the court permanently. Then he sent Antipater his son to Octavian Augustus to confirm the kingdom and renew the league, for Herod himself was too old to travel. As Antipater journeyed toward Rome, he passed through Egypt, eager to see it before the death of his uncle Pheroras. While traveling along the highways, a merchant approached him with a covered vial, crying, "Who will buy a thing of great price before he sees it?" Antipater was curious and asked what it was. The merchant would not reveal it until Antipater bought it at a high price. Then, whispering, he revealed it was a swift and deadly poison. Antipater sent this vial secretly to Pheroras to keep until he returned from Rome. But while Antipater was away, Pheroras died, and his wife hid the vial. When Antipater returned from Rome, he and Pheroras' wife quarreled. She blamed him for Pheroras' banishment from the king, saying that sorrow had killed him. Antipater accused her in return, stirring up discord between her and the king. He bribed a certain eunuch to tell the king that when Pheroras had been banished, he had obtained a strong poison and given it to his wife to murder Herod. The king, hearing this, replied, "I once searched for that poison when it was reported that your household meant to give it to me in drink, but I found no proof. I have been too quick to believe slander. I put my wife Marimi to death without cause, and Alexandra, my mother-in-law, and even my own children." When Antipater heard that the king did not believe the eunuch, he begged the king to send him again to Octavian, fearing the vial hidden in Pheroras' wife's house. He had even written in his own hand that he had sent it, intending to use it upon the king's son's children. But the one who digs a pit for another often falls into it himself. The king permitted him to go. After Antipater left, the king ordered a full investigation to see whether the eunuch's words were true. He summoned Pheroras' servants and questioned them whether they had ever known Pheroras to plot against him. They swore they had not. The king then ordered them scourged severely, but still they confessed nothing, though some died under torture. Others he tormented in various ways, even having some of their teeth pulled out. At last, after severe beating, one woman faithful to Pheroras collapsed and cried out, "The holy and blessed God avenge us upon Rostios, the king's wife, the mother of Antipater, who is the cause of all this." The king, hearing this, allowed her space to speak. She said, "Antipater often feasted with Pheroras, and together they plotted how to poison you, especially when Antipater was going to Octavian. They said, 'Unless we destroy him, he will destroy us, as he has done to all the children of his house.' Antipater also despises the children of your sons who were executed. They grow quickly, and you may change your mind and make one of them king. Antipater said to your brother, 'The king pretends to be my friend, but I trust him not. He gave me 100-pound weight in gold, but it does not satisfy me.'" The king replied that he had indeed secretly given Antipater much gold. The woman continued, "There is a vial of strong poison in Pheroras' house, which your son sent from Egypt." The king immediately sent for Pheroras' wife. When she saw the eunuchs coming for her, she climbed to the top of her house and threw herself down to die rather than face the king. But she survived. They brought her to the king in a horse litter. She confessed that Antipater and Pheroras had planned to kill the king with the poison Antipater had bought in Egypt, and that Antipater had sent it before going to Octavian. She explained that when Pheroras was near death, he repented and commanded that the poison never be given to Antipater. He instructed her to pour it out, which she did, saving only a little at the bottom of the vial in fear of what now had come to pass. At the king's command, the vial was brought before him with a little venom still inside. This proved her testimony true. The king therefore spared her and had his physician heal her wounds. Then the king wrote to Antipater, ordering him to return quickly, saying, "For I am old and weak, and do not know how soon I shall die." Chapter 4. The king had also 2 other sons at Rome, Archelaus and Polemus. When Antipater wrote in answer to his father's letters, he claimed that these 2 sons had spoken evil of the king before Octavian. But the king replied, "Come and bring them with thee, and I will order them as thou thinkest good." Still Antipater delayed for 6 months, hoping to discover something of his father's intentions. But he heard nothing. Meanwhile, the messengers Herod had sent pressed him daily to make haste. At last, after 7 months, he set out for Judea and came to Caesarea. There he learned that the king had taken displeasure with his mother and driven her from the court, but he could not learn the cause. Fear struck him so deeply that he thought to return to Rome. But those traveling with him, eager to return to their own homes, rebuked him and persuaded him that turning back would make every accusation against him appear true. They said, "If thou once come before thy father, who loveth thee so entirely, thou shalt prevail against thy foes." So Antipater followed their counsel and entered Jerusalem. But when he arrived, no man came out to meet him or to welcome him. All the people hated him for his lies, slanders, wicked counsel, and because of the king's anger. Still he went on to the court, though with a trembling heart. When he fell down before the king to do his duty, the king turned away his face and would not look at him. Antipater returned to his house with a heavy heart, his head cast down. There his mother told him that their secret matter concerning the vial of poison had been revealed, and that the king was greatly incensed with him. His fear grew more and more. The next day, by the king's command, Antipater was brought before all the chiefs of Israel. Herod sat to judge him. The king recounted Antipater's wickedness, how he had deceived him, stirred him to kill his own children who were of royal blood and far more virtuous than he. Herod lifted up his voice and bewailed his wife Mereme, whom he had unjustly put to death, and his 2 sons, so loudly that those far off could hear. Then Antipater lifted up his head and spoke subtly, beginning with gentle words to soothe his father's wrath. But it availed nothing. Then he pleaded for their pity with soft, moving speech that caused many nobles to weep for his misfortune, except Narration, the king's secretary, who loved the king's slain children. Narration cried out, rebuking the nobles, "Where are ye, Alexander and Aristobulus, slain, guiltless? Lift up your heads, and behold this wicked man fall into the pit he made. See how his foot is caught in the net he laid for others. Know how your Maker avengeth your deaths, and requireth your blood at his hand. For the wicked are spared, only until the time of their destruction. The king, much stirred, ordered that a condemned prisoner be brought from the jail. A drop of the poison from the vial was given to him. Immediately he fell dead. Then the king commanded Antipater to be taken to prison and laid in strong irons. In the 40th year of his reign, and the 70th year of his life, King Herod fell grievously sick. No remedy helped him. Neither servants nor physicians could give him rest. His disease grew worse, with shortness of breath and great anguish stirred up by his own deeds. He cried out, "Who is there to succeed me in my kingdom? Who shall walk before my coffin and mourn at my death?" He remembered Merimi and his 2 sons, naming them one by one, weeping without ceasing. One day, as his sickness grew worse, he asked for delicious apples to comfort him. When they brought him, he asked for a knife to cut them. Gathering his strength, he lifted himself up on his left arm and, despairing of his life, attempted to thrust the knife into his belly. But his servants seized his arm and would not allow him to do so. All of them wept so loudly that their cries were heard beyond the court, and soon the whole city was saying, "The king is dead! The king is dead!" Antipater, in prison, heard the commotion and asked what it meant. They told him, "The king is dead." Immediately he rejoiced and said to the jailers, "Strike off my irons and let me go out, that I may go to the palace, and I will reward thee." But the keeper answered, "I fear lest the king be yet alive. I will go and learn the truth and return shortly." Seeing he could not escape, Antipater wept in anger. The keeper went to the court, and when the king heard of this, he commanded the man to be brought before him. Herod asked, "What did Antipater do when he heard the rumor of my death?" The keeper said, "He rejoiced, and when I refused to set him free, he wept for anger." Then the king cried, "See how he hateth me, even from prison. As God liveth, he shall never have that which he seeketh." And he commanded that Antipater be put to death. No man resisted. All were glad. Antipater was taken to the marketplace and beheaded. His body was carried to the city of Anchalia to be buried outside the city. After this, the king summoned all the nobles of Israel. Strengthening himself, he sat up in bed and called for his son Archelaus, upon whom he laid his hands, appointing him king over Israel. All the people cried, "God save the king!" 5 days later, Herod died. He had reigned 40 years. He was a mighty warrior, wise and prudent, favored by God in many things. He loved the sages Hillel and Shammai. He enriched the second house more than all kings before him, and treated gold and silver as nothing. He kept Israel in peace from her enemies, and built a temple more splendid than Solomon's. But he laid heavy burdens on the people, listened to evil counsel, and shed innocent blood. And Archelaus, his son, reigned in his place. Before his death, Herod commanded that he be buried in the city of Herodion, 2.5 days' journey from Jerusalem. They placed him in a coffin covered with gold and set with precious stones. The bed beneath him was also wrought with gold and filled with jewels. Upon his head was a cloth of rays sprinkled with precious stones, and upon that a royal crown fastened to the left side of the coffin. On the right side lay a regal scepter. Over the bier was a cloth of rays, thickly covered with precious stones, crystal, amethyst, and many sapphires. All the chief men of war surrounded the bier in their armor, with drawn swords and helmets as though prepared for battle. After them came Archelaus his son, whom Herod had made king. Then all the people followed. 50 of his servants walked around the bier, each holding a golden chafing dish burning with sweet woods and perfumes. Those near the hearse cast pure myrrh upon it. Certain great lords and noblemen of Israel bore the bier upon their shoulders, walking slowly and with great solemnity until they reached Herodion, where they buried him with honors such as no king had ever received. Afterward, many who had hated Herod gathered together, men who had been weary of life while he lived and now rejoiced that they had escaped his cruelty. They said, "We have long awaited the death of Herod the tyrant and bloodshedder, who oppressed us with heavy yokes and left us nothing by his tribute and taxes." Yet now they said his son Archelaus was even worse. Therefore they turned their favor toward Antipater, the son of Salamet, the king's sister, and of the blood of Jasmine, and went with him to Octavian Augustus to ask that the kingdom be taken from Archelaus and given to Antipater. But Octavian refused, and instead confirmed Archelaus in the kingdom. Archelaus wrought wickedness in the sight of the Lord. He married his brother Alexander's wife, who already had children by Alexander, and committed many offenses. In the 9th year of Archelaus's reign, he dreamed a dream in the night. He thought he saw 9 ears of corn, full and beautiful, growing on one stalk. Then a great ox came and ate them all in one bite. Waking, he called for one of the sages of Israel and told him the dream. The sage said, "The 9 ears are the 9 years of thy reign. The great ox is the great king Octavian Augustus. This year thou shalt be removed from thy kingdom, because thou hast neglected the word of God and hast married thy brother's wife." Archelaus answered nothing. 5 days later, Octavian came toward Jerusalem, and when Archelaus went out to meet him, he cast him into prison, removed him from the kingdom of Israel, and made Antipas his brother king in his stead. Octavian also changed Antipas's name and called him Herod. Then he returned to Rome. While Antipas was king, Emperor Octavian Augustus died in the 56th year of his reign, and Tiberius Caesar succeeded him. This Antipas also committed wickedness and abominations more than any before him. He took his brother Philip's wife, who had already borne Philip children. For this shameful act, Rabbi John Baptist rebuked him, and therefore Antipas put him to death. At that time there was one Jesus, a wise man, if it be lawful to call him a man, for he wrought wonderful works, and taught those who gladly received the truth. He had many disciples among Jews and Gentiles. This man was Christ. After he was accused by the chief rulers of our nation and condemned by Pilate to be crucified, he was yet greatly loved by those who loved him from the beginning. To them he appeared alive the 3rd day, according as the prophets had spoken before by divine inspiration, foretelling this and many other things that should be done by him. And even to this day, the Christian sect, which took their name from him, remains. Tiberius, emperor of Rome, came against Antipas. When Antipas came before him, Tiberius seized him, bound him in irons, and sent him into Spain, where he died. Archelaus, who had been deposed earlier, also died during the reign of Tiberius. Then Tiberius made Agrippa, the son of Aristobulus, whom Herod had put to death, and brother of Antipas, king in his stead. Antipas reigned over Israel for 11 years. In the days of Agrippa, Tiberius died, and Caius succeeded him. Caius called himself a god and would not allow any man in his empire to worship anything except himself. His reign was short, and he soon perished. After him came Claudius. When Claudius died, Nero Caesar became emperor. Agrippa reigned over Israel for 23 years. In this time, Nero oppressed Israel bitterly, setting over them cruel rulers who left them nothing to live on. He tormented them with many punishments until they were forced to rebel against the Roman Empire and Nero Caesar to free themselves from bondage. Above all these tyrants was one Florus, the Roman president and captain of the army. He oppressed the Jews more than the rest. He shed innocent blood, ravished wives, defiled maidens throughout the cities of Judah, and robbed men of their goods with cruel violence. He polluted the temple and hung men there whom he despised. At that time, Berenice, sister of King Agrippa, came to Jerusalem out of devotion to visit the holy place. Seeing Florus oppress the people and slay many even at the entrance of the temple because they could not meet his exactions and taxes, she came before him weeping and begged him to spare the people, for she pitied them greatly. Yet Florus had no compassion. As soon as she departed, he mocked and ridiculed her, though she was the king's sister, and did so even within the temple of the Lord. At that time, a valiant young man named Eleazar, the son of Anani the high priest, was present while his father ministered. He could no longer endure seeing Israel abused by Florus. Burning with zeal, he sounded a trumpet, and many young men and strong warriors gathered to him. With their help, he stirred up a great uprising and confronted Florus and the Roman soldiers. He slew many, prevailed mightily, and at last defeated the whole host, forcing Florus to flee alone out of Jerusalem toward Egypt. On the way, he met King Agrippa returning from Rome, having been with Nero Caesar and going back into Judea. Florus told him what had happened through the courage of the Jewish youth at Jerusalem. As Agrippa passed through Egypt and drew near Jerusalem, his sister Berenice sent letters urging him to join with the Jews and assist them. The people also came out 40 miles from Jerusalem to meet him, falling before him and crying, "God save our King Agrippa!" But Agrippa desired above all to quiet the city and restore peace. When he entered Jerusalem, he brought with him 2 noble Roman captains. As he came into the midst of the city, the people cried to him, "Deliver us, O King, and let thy hand defend us, for we will never again be under Roman bondage." The king pitied them greatly, yet he was troubled that they intended to rebel against the Roman Empire. Therefore he gathered the people at the entrance of the temple court, where the elders of Israel, the chief men, and the high priest Anani were present. There he declared to them the might of the Romans, the strength of their empire, and how they had subdued all the nations around them so completely that none remained. He pleaded with them not to provoke the Romans, nor bring destruction upon the remnant of Israel. Agrippa continued, saying, "If you will listen to my counsel, I know well, my brethren, that your hearts are filled with grief, and I myself am burdened with sorrow that we do not have the strength to overcome the Romans. Yet if you will follow my advice, you will find a remedy. Where there is counsel, and careful deliberation there is safety and matters prosper. Therefore, bear for a while the yoke of the Roman commanders until I can write to Nero and plead with him by letter to remove these rulers from over us. Be not hasty to seize liberty. Many seeking freedom too quickly have fallen into deeper captivity. Among our people, there are some who love war, whose whole life is spent in stirring up strife, and many good and innocent men perish because of them. Therefore listen to my words. The wise among you can see the truth of this. As for the inexperienced, let them learn wisdom from what I say. Keep silence now, for your good as well as mine. For if you are quiet, I will speak with less strain, and you will better understand me. If you will not hold your peace, two harms will follow. You will interrupt me and hinder yourselves from hearing. Now, to the matter itself. Be patient, and let me write these things to Rome, that Caesar may remove these wicked rulers and give us others who are gentle and humane. If such governors be sent, you will no longer count yourselves slaves, but free. Servitude is only bitter when the ruler is unjust and cruel. Therefore refrain from provoking them, for though they are wicked, they still feel some shame in doing wrong openly. What they do now, they do secretly. But if you provoke them too far, they will harden themselves and commit evil openly, without shame. Then you will turn your judges into declared enemies. It is better to suffer under an unjust ruler than to fall into the hands of a just enemy. The one steals in secret, the other destroys openly. Consider wild beasts kept in chains, lions, bears, leopards. While they are left alone, they are quiet. But if a man disturbs them in their dens, they turn fiercely upon him and tear down anyone who stands near. Or think of a fever. If a man attempts to cure it too hastily, he only makes it worse. But if he treats it with patience, the heat is soon quenched. Therefore take heed that you do not draw Caesar and the whole Roman Empire down upon your heads. Caesar seeks you no harm, nor did he send these rulers to destroy you. His eyes cannot see from one end of the world to the other, nor his hands reach from Rome to Judea, for he is but flesh and blood. But if you will wait until I can send ambassadors to him, I doubt not that I can have these rulers removed peaceably, without war or bloodshed. If you are determined to resist the Roman Empire, know this, you are not able to do it. God is on their side, and therefore they hold dominion over the whole world. All nations serve them and will do so until their appointed end comes. But if you will not do this for your own sake, then for the sake of your country, your children, your wives, the sanctuary, and the priests whom you are bound to protect, do not cast them all away at once. I beseech you, take my words in good part, for I speak only for your welfare and the peace I long to keep with the Romans. If you choose peace, I will stand with you and help you with all my power. But if you insist on war, you shall fight it without me, for I will not take part in it." With these words, Agrippa wept, and so did the elders, the wisest men in Israel, and even Anani the high priest. But Eleazar, his bold son, and the warlike young men around him neither wept nor listened. Instead, with drawn swords, they rushed upon the Roman captains who had come with Agrippa and slew them, along with their men and the crowds with them in Jerusalem and throughout Judea. The elders And the wisest Israelites, seeing what had been done, fled from Jerusalem in fear of Nero and the Romans. They took the stronghold of Sion and stayed there so that they would not be counted with the rebellious of Jerusalem. When the seditious heard this, they grew confident and seized the temple of the Lord. Thus, civil strife arose between the seditious and the elders. When Eleazar heard that the elders and leaders of the people had fled to Mount Sion, he attacked them, defeated them, and slew many. Agrippa, seeing the rebellion grow strong, sent from his camp outside the city 2 valiant captains, Darius and Philippus, with 6,000 men to defend the elders and sages who desired peace. They prevailed at first against Eleazar and the seditious. For 7 days they fought fiercely, and Agrippa's men gained the upper hand, driving the rebels back to the temple. But afterward, certain murderers stirred up by the seditious disguised themselves among the king's soldiers. When the captains entered the temple, these assassins slipped behind them and stabbed them with daggers hidden under their garments. The king's soldiers carried long spears and heavy swords used in open battle, which they could not wield quickly in such close quarters. Thus many of them were slain, and the seditious won the victory. And Darius and Philippus with the Roman army were put to flight. The elders and sages who sought peace departed out of the city and fled to Agrippa. Eleazar and the seditious now possessed the whole city, to their own great harm. Their fury grew so great that they set fire to King Agrippa's house in Jerusalem, plundered his treasures, and divided the spoils among themselves. They burned his account books and debt records in the palace. They set fire also to Beronice's house, the king's sister, and slew the skilled craftsmen who had been masters of the king's works. Their rule grew daily more violent and oppressive than before. Chapter 5. In those days, the Jews and the Aramites lived together in all the cities of Syria, but wars soon rose between them. The Caesareans brought the Romans into the city against the Jews and slew as many as they could find. The Damascenes likewise plotted together to destroy all the Jews living among them. They hid their plan from their wives, for most of their wives respected the Jews' faith. So on a certain night, the Aramites armed themselves, surrounded all the streets and houses, and killed about 10,000 Jews, taking them unawares as they lay in their beds, suspecting nothing. When the Jews in Jerusalem heard what the Aramites had done to their people, they were filled with fury, like lions bereft of their young. They marched to Damascus, destroyed its strongholds, and slew the Damascenes, men, women, children, even infants. They spared none, not even the cattle, oxen, sheep, camels, and asses. They did the same throughout many cities of Syria, showing no pity to old or young. Even the infants still held at their mothers' breasts were struck down. The entire land was filled with the stench of the dead, for no one remained to bury them. Thus the Jews laid waste to all the land of the Aramites, and would have utterly destroyed it, had not Castius, a Roman captain, saved Syria and the country of Zaphah. After this, the Jews withdrew from Aram, returning toward Judea, and on the way they came to Scythopolis, a strong city of Syria. The Jews planned to besiege it, for it had not yet been harmed. Jews and Aramites lived together inside it. The Jews outside offered peace to their brethren within, but those inside refused and answered them with insults and injuries. For the Jews living in Scythopolis with the Aramites were united with them like brethren. Many of them were of the tribe of Levi, stout, brave men. The Jews outside the city called to them, saying, "We come in peace and wish to help you." But those inside replied, "We want neither your friendship nor your help." Hearing this, the Jews outside agreed to leave the siege and return to Jerusalem, for they had gathered great spoil of gold and silver from Syria. Afterwards, the Syrians dwelling in Scythopolis said among themselves, "If the Jews come again and make war upon us, these Jews living with us will surely join their countrymen and hand the city over to them. Then they will take vengeance on us, as they have done the other cities of Syria." Therefore they agreed to speak to the Jews within the city, saying, "Your countrymen plan to invade us again. Go out with your wives and children and lodge in the nearby wood until their army has withdrawn, and then return to us." The Jews agreed, went out of the city, and settled in the wood. Among them was a young man named Shimeon, a mighty warrior, strong, fierce, and large in stature. In loyalty to the Gentiles, he had slain many Jews and brought great harm upon the people of God. During the time the Jews besieged Scythopolis, he continually issued out of the city and fought against them, often driving them back and preventing them from harming the town. Now, as Shimeon, his father Saul, an upright old man, and the rest of the Jews of Scythopolis rested in the wood without suspecting any danger, the Romans joined the Syrians in large number. They entered the wood and killed all the Jews they could find, about 13,000. Shimeon and his father with their families had pitched their tents near a beautiful fountain in the wood. When the enemy came to destroy them, Shimeon rushed upon them with his drawn sword and slew many, forcing them to retreat. But a greater host soon surrounded him, and seeing that all the other Jews had been slain and that only his household remained alive, and finding no path of escape, he climbed onto a small hill with his naked sword in hand and spoke, "Hear me, you Syrians, Romans, and people of Scythopolis. I will speak only a few words of sorrow. I see now that you make war against me justly, for you show no regard for the good I have done for you. I protected you from the armies of the Jews, and I never allowed them to harm your wives, your children, or your city, as they did to the others of Syria. For your sake, I fought against my own people. I shed their blood and my own for you. I kept faith with strangers and turned against my brethren. I slew fathers and children to please you, and now you repay me with evil. For truly it is a righteous judgment of God that moves you to requite me in this manner, to slay me who defended you so often. Now bear witness. You shall see how I take vengeance upon my own life. With rage and anguish I will punish myself, because I have slain my own brethren. I will take my own life, repaying the blood of my brothers, even as the law punishes a murderer. And so I will prevent you from boasting that you have slain Shimeon." When he had spoken this, his eyes filled with blood, his face burned with rage, and driven by furious anger and without pity, he seized his father, dragged him out of the wood, and slew him. Then he killed his mother, lest she should plead for the children or grieve for their sake. His wife ran to him of her own accord and bent her neck beneath his sword, choosing to die rather than to witness the death of her children. Shimeon's children also came forward and offered themselves to be slain, lest they should see the death of their father or be left alive to fall into the hands of their enemies. After this, he slew his entire household, so that none belonging to him would be taken by their foes. Finally, he gathered all their bodies together in one place and standing like a fierce and valiant warrior, he fell upon his own sword, refusing to allow any man to boast that he had slain Shimeon or weakened his strength. All this Shimeon did with great courage, punishing himself because he had loved strangers more than his own people, and to show the fierceness of his spirit. Thus he died an abominable and detestable death, though it displayed the height of his pride and boldness. Now when the Jews had rebelled against the Romans and slain their soldiers and captains, King Agrippa went to Rome and reported everything to Nero Caesar. Nero then sent Captain Castius, who at that time was in Syria, having made war upon the king of Persia, defeated him and subdued his dominions, and with him a mighty army of Romans. Nero commanded him to go into Judea, offer peace to the people if possible, comfort them, and bring them again into league with the Romans. Castius set out toward Judea. Agrippa met him on the way and told him how the Jews had rejected peace, burned his palace, and plundered it. Castius, hearing this, was glad of the opportunity to avenge the blood of the Romans and Syrians slain by the Jews. So he raised a mighty army and went to Caesarea. Wherever he saw fine buildings, he caused them to be burned. From there he went to the city of Jaffa, which he besieged by land and sea. In time he took it and slew in the streets 84,000 men. Then he came to Jades, first burning all the country around it and killing any people he found outside the city. But the citizens of Zippery met Castius and begged for peace. He spared them, did not approach their town, nor harmed any who lived in that land. The seditious Jews in Zippery, hearing that Castius was coming, fled into the mountains. Along the way they ambushed part of Castius's army, killing 200 men and wounding their captain Glaphyra. But at length the seditious were put to flight, and Glaphyra with his horsemen pursued many of them, overthrowing and destroying them, while the rest escaped into the mountains. Then Glaphyra returned to Caesarea, which was under Roman rule, to recover from his wounds. Afterwards he went to Antiperi, but as he attempted to assault it, he saw it was well fortified and occupied by a strong force of Jews and seditious men. These, hearing that Castius was coming, determined to fight him, but, perceiving the great strength of his army, decided instead to draw the Romans into an ambush. They pretended to flee, intending to draw Castius after them, and within 6 days they reached Gibeon and camped there. Castius pursued them with all his host and then besieged the place. It happened on one of the Sabbaths at the morning watch that the Jews, fully armed, issued from the town and launched a surprise attack. After raising their war signal, they charged toward Castius's army, killing 515 horsemen and 27,000 footmen, losing only 22 men themselves. In that battle, the courage of Mugbus, a captain of the Jewish army, shone brightly. One Baudius also distinguished himself, for at the command of Eleazar, the priest and leader of the seditious, he was the first to set foot inside the Roman camp. Thus the Jewish warriors became renowned after their bold stand against the Romans. After this, Castius and Agrippa sent ambassadors once more to Jerusalem to Eleazar the son of Anani the priest, chief of the rebels in Judea and Jerusalem, offering peace and urging him to make a league, lest the people of the Jews be destroyed by the Roman invasions on every side. But Eleazar refused to hear the ambassadors, and slew one of them because he spoke too long in pleading for peace. Upon this, Eleazar gathered the priests and the people together to march out to fight Castius. Castius, seeing the disposition of Eleazar and the people, how they were wholly set on destroying all Romans there and determined to wipe them out entirely, having already witnessed the might and courage of the rebels, realized he was not able to contend with them. His own forces could not match theirs. Therefore he resolved to go to Rome and learn what end would come of these wars, and what counsel Caesar would give. Setting out toward the city Japho, he found there letters of the Romans, for their army had come to that place. From there he went with them, along with his own host, to Rome, and made report to Caesar of all that had happened. Nero was greatly astonished, and all the people of Rome were likewise amazed upon hearing of the great strength and valiantness of the Jews. For this cause the wars ceased for that year, and the land of Judea enjoyed rest and quietness. This tranquility came through Eleazar, the chief rebel, who delivered Israel from the hands of wicked Castius, who had sworn to avenge the Romans and utterly destroy the Jews, intending to leave none alive. These, then, were the men who delivered Israel in the time of the second temple from their enemies, when wars rose against the Jews and their land, and when tumults and uprisings began in Israel. The first war was stirred by Antiochus, the wicked king of Macedonia, who determined to leave no man alive in Israel. His cruelty grew so fierce that he slew the people of God, the sages and wise men, princes, elders, young men, children, both great and small, Israelites, Levites, and priests. When his fury increased, all the chief men of Judea gathered together and went to Mattathias, the son of Jochanan the high priest, who had hidden himself on Mount Modid because of Antiochus and his rulers. They cried to him, saying, "Deliver at this time the people of the Lord, and do not think to escape yourself while the wicked enemy rages and sheds your people's blood. For the blood of Israel is your blood, and the eyes of all men look to you, hoping that through you they might find deliverance." Mattathias, hearing this, wept bitterly and said, "Fear not, nor let these Macedonians terrify you. The Lord shall fight for you. Only be still." Then Mattathias rose and delivered Israel out of the hand of Antiochus, and after he subdued him, he was high priest for 1 year, then died. After him came Judas his son, who ministered in the temple for 6 years and was slain in battle. Then his brother Jochanan was chief in the temple for 8 years and likewise died in battle. Afterwards their brother Simeon ruled for 18 years, until Ptolemy, his wife's father, poisoned him at a banquet. Next came Jochanan his son, called Hyrcanus, or John, the first so named because he overcame a king named Hyrcanus. He reigned 31 years and died. After him came Aristobulus, who reigned 1 year. He was called the Great King because he first placed the royal crown on his head and turned the high priesthood into a kingdom, profaning its holiness 480 years and 3 months after Israel returned from Babylon. After his death, his brother Alexander reigned 27 years. When he died, his wife Alexandra reigned 9 years and then died. Her son Aristobulus succeeded her and reigned 3 years. In this time, Pompey, a Roman captain, came against Jerusalem, took it, bound Aristobulus in irons, and carried him captive to Rome. In his place, Pompey set Hyrcanus, his brother, to reign, and he ruled for 40 years. During his reign, Antigonus, son of Aristobulus and brother of Hyrcanus, rebelled with the help of an army of Persians. He fought Hyrcanus, took him prisoner, and sent him to Babylon, cutting off his ears so that he would be unfit for either the priesthood or the kingdom. Antigonus reigned 3 years. In those days Herod fled, joined himself to the Romans, and by their aid slew Antigonus in the 3rd year of his reign. Herod then reigned 32 years and died. After Herod came his son Archelaus, who in the 9th year of his reign was taken by the Romans, bound, and ended his life at Rome. After him reigned Antipater, his brother, who changed his name and called himself Herod. He reigned 10 full years, overcame and devastated Spain, because the king of Spain had taken away his brother's wife, and there he died. After him came Agrippa, son of Aristobulus, his brother's son. He reigned 23 years. After his death, his son Agrippa reigned 20 years. This is that Agrippa of whom we now speak, unto whom great calamity befell Israel. For all the time he reigned, the wars between the Romans and Israel never ceased, until the people of Judea were carried captive into the Roman provinces. At that time the temple was desolated, the desolation of the second temple, which we ourselves saw built and destroyed. In the 20th year of King Agrippa's reign, on the 9th day of the 5th month Av, or July, Nero Caesar sent a burnt offering to be presented in the temple at Jerusalem, seeking peace with the elders and sages of Judea and Jerusalem. His message was this, that they would accept him into league with him, offer his gift to the Lord their God, for he approved greatly of their service and religion, and join in covenant with him, as they had done with former Roman emperors. He said he'd heard of the wrongs Castius, the captain of his army, had done to them, which displeased him greatly. Therefore he promised them a faithful league, joined with the council of the Roman Senate, declaring that no captain should ever again lift hand or foot against them. Instead, their rulers and judges should be Jews of Jerusalem, and Agrippa their king should govern all. The Romans, he said, would only be their lords in name and nothing more. When Nero's envoys came to Jerusalem, they spoke with Anani the priest and showed him the offering, a bull for a burnt offering, wearing a crown of gold on his head, golden horns, and clothed with purple embroidered with precious stones. Before him went men carrying 10 talents of gold. Behind followed many sheep for peace offerings. But when Eleazar, the son of Anani, heard this, he went and cast Nero Caesar's gifts out of the temple, saying, "We will not defile the sanctuary of the Lord with offerings of strangers, for God will not accept their burnt offerings nor their peace offerings." After saying this, he sounded the trumpet, set his men in order against the Roman soldiers who kept guard in Jerusalem, slew many of them, and captured one of their captains alive. The captain, being valiant and seeing the crowds of Jews pressing upon him, said, "Spare my life, and I will yield." Eleazar swore not to kill him, for he had shown bravery and had slain many Jews before. But as soon as the man surrendered, Eleazar said, "As your sword has made many women childless, so shall your mother be childless above all others." And he ordered his servants to kill him, breaking his oath. King Agrippa, seeing this, was deeply grieved. Standing in the street, he cried out, "O rebellious Eleazar, may the mischief you've caused fall upon you and your father's house. Those who try to make peace in your days will find only destruction. How long will you drag us into thorns, enemy and hater of the Lord? Why do you destroy and waste the vineyard of the Lord God of hosts?" Eleazar answered him, "Why do you take upon yourself the name of king? If you are a king, why do you not command us to be punished? Where are your brave soldiers? Come with them and correct me, and we shall see whether you are a king indeed. You stand afar off and talk, but your feet are ready to run away like a dog barking at an armed man." With this he signaled secretly to his companions to seize Agrippa while he held him in conversation. But one of Agrippa's servants, whom the king had placed nearby for this very reason, noticed the movement. Laying his hand on his head as a sign, he warned the king to flee, saying, "Go at once, for if you remain, the rebels will kill you and us together." Agrippa fled quickly, and though the rebels chased him, they could not overtake him. He reached Jaffa, a town under Roman control, and there found safety. From there, he went on to Rome and told Nero all that had happened in Jerusalem, including Eleazar's rejection of his offering and how his commands were ignored. Nero then sent Cassius with a great army to join Agrippa. Together they entered Judea and captured many fortified towns, including Jaffa, which they destroyed. The Romans feared the rebels might one day take it and use it as a strong harbor against them. After this, Agrippa and Cassius marched toward Jerusalem to destroy the rebels. Eleazar and many priests and people hearing this went out to meet them and found their camp between Jerusalem and Jaffa. A battle followed, in which many Jews were slain, and the rest were driven back by Cassius and Agrippa to the very gates of Jerusalem. They besieged the city for 3 days. But on the 4th day, the priests and people made a sudden attack on the Roman camp, killed 5,000 footmen and 1,000 horsemen, and threw the Romans into confusion. Seeing no other hope of escape, Cassius chose 40,000 of his best soldiers and set them between his camp and the priests, commanding them to sound their trumpets all night and keep fires burning so that he and Agrippa could flee. He ordered them not to move until morning. The Jews, hearing the trumpets and not knowing their meaning, did not pursue. In the morning they realized the Romans had gone towards Caesarea, 3 days' journey away. Eleazar and the people followed, and on the way they found the Romans' baggage left behind, so they could flee more swiftly. Leaving it untouched, they chased the Romans to the gates of Caesarea. Cassius and Agrippa entered the city safely, and from there returned to Rome. As they reported these things to Nero, a messenger arrived from Persia, announcing that the king of Persia had rebelled against Rome. This news troubled the emperor greatly, seeing that nearly all who once obeyed Rome were now falling away. At the same time, Vespasian returned, captain of the host whom Nero had sent into the western parts of the world, Germany, Britain, and Spain, lands he had brought under Nero's subjection. Nero told him of the harm the priests had done to the Roman forces in Judea, how they'd slain the Romans, and all that Agrippa and Cassius had reported. This angered Vespasian greatly. After this, Nero sent Vespasian and his son Titus to take revenge on the Persians and the Jews, commanding them to level their walled cities and destroy whatever they found, sparing neither man nor woman, child nor infant, but to kill all. So Vespasian and Titus set out with the chosen Roman army, sailed across the sea, and came to Antioch. The Jews, hearing this, chose from among their captains 3 of the foremost and most skilled warriors. Of these, I, Joseph the priest who wrote this history, was one, by divine favor, skilled in war, and well known for feats of arms. The other 2 were Anani the high priest and his son Eleazar. To these three they entrusted the whole land of Judea, dividing it among them by lot and giving them provisions for war. The first lot fell to Joseph the priest, son of Gorion, giving him the whole of Galilee, from the land of Naphtali and beyond. Because of his worthiness, they named him Josippon, for he was anointed and appointed for war. The second lot fell to Anani the priest, who was given the city of Jerusalem and its surrounding country, charged with repairing the city walls to withstand Vespasian if he advanced that far. The third lot fell to Eleazar the son of Anani, alongside Captain Jehoshua and other Jewish commanders, giving him the whole land of Edom from Eilat to the Red Sea. The remaining land, from Jericho to the Euphrates and beyond the river, and all Mesopotamia, fell to Captain Manasseh. Other princes and worthy priests were appointed over the fortified cities from the borders of Jerusalem to Egypt. Vespasian, marching from Antiochia, pitched his tent at Aram-Zophah. His plan, with his council's agreement, was to invade Galilee first, then afterward to test what might be done in Judea. Joseph Gorion, knowing this, left Jerusalem for Galilee, rebuilt the towns that had been destroyed, repaired their walls, gates, and fortresses, and appointed captains over the people, some over thousands, some over hundreds, officers of tens and 50s. He trained the people in war, the meaning of trumpet signals, how to stand in array, how to gather soldiers, and how to divide them. After he had trained them in all matters of war, he addressed them. "You understand, dear Israelites, that you go to fight now against your enemies. Let no fear enter your hearts, nor let the sight of your foes dismay you. Be strong, take courage, and fight for your cities, your country, and yourselves. Fear not death, but stand boldly for the sake of your land, that you be not led away from it. Fight for the sanctuary of the Lord, that it be not polluted by the Gentiles. Know that it is better to die in battle than to live in bondage. Therefore, when you join battle with your enemies and see any of them stricken down and trying to rise, whoever is near, remember the zeal of your God and strike him so he rises no more. But if you see one of your own fallen, be moved by the zeal of your God and rescue him. If he's alive, treat his wounds. If he's dead, bury him with the burial of Israelites. And if we choose death rather than life, we shall prosper in our wars. We shall die for the covenant of our God and deliver our souls into the light of life in heaven." After this speech, he chose 60,000 Jewish footmen, though few horsemen. From these, he selected 600 of the very best, men who would not flee from 10, nor 10 from 100, nor 100 from 1,000, nor 1,000 from 10,000. With these, Joseph marched to the cities belonging to Agrippa in Judea, intending to take them, for Agrippa clung to the Romans, whether right or wrong, with all the force he could muster. Joseph came first to Tiava, a great city belonging to Agrippa, where his treasure and war provisions were stored. Standing before the walls, Joseph called out to the people and offered them peace if they would open the gates and hand over all Agrippa's treasure and jewels. If they agreed, he said, he would spare them and slay none of them. He asked, "Is it not better for you to take the side of those who defend the sanctuary of God and his inheritance, than to join yourselves to Agrippa, who is allied with our enemies and strengthens those who hate us? He does not refuse to fight against the Lord's sanctuary and his people." The people of the town agreed with Joseph and opened the gates and allowed him in. He made peace with them, and they delivered all the king's treasure into his hands, for they liked Joseph's words and resolved to take the same side as he. Chapter 6. At that time, news came to Joseph that troubled him greatly. Tiberius had rebelled and revolted from the people of Jerusalem, leaving his lot to become subjects of Vespasian, who had set a Roman captain over them. To correct this, Joseph left his army at Tyre and took 600 young men with him, coming upon Tiberius suddenly and without warning. As he stood on the banks of Gennesaret, he saw the Roman navy anchored there to aid Vespasian. He commanded it to be broken apart and scattered across the sea. When the people of Tiberias saw the ships drifting in confusion, they assumed it had been done by Joseph's men. The Romans therefore fled into the town, shut the gates, and hid within. Joseph, however, came to one of the city gates and cried out so the people could hear him, saying, "What is this conspiracy of yours against me? You do not fight against me, but against the Lord God, whose covenant you have broken and whose oath you have violated. You swore by the God of Israel to fight against our enemies to humble their pride, yet you have transgressed the bond." The people answered him from the walls, saying, "We beseech thee, our Lord, hear thy servants. God forbid that we should join the Romans rather than the people of the Lord God of Israel and his sanctuary. But among us are certain proud and ungodly men who have made a league with Vespasian and brought one of his chief captains into the town. If it please thee, my lord, come into the city with thy soldiers, that we may live with thee, rather than perish at the hand of them that hate us." So they opened the gates, and Joseph entered and took the town. He apprehended the ungodly men, about 600, and laid them in irons, sending them to Tyre, which he had taken earlier. The other wicked men who had aided Vespasian he put to the sword. He seized the chief governor alive, brought him out of the city, and commanded one of his soldiers to cut off his hands. The Roman captain begged Joseph, saying, "I beseech thee, my lord, let one of my hands be cut off, and leave me the other." Joseph and his soldiers mocked him, judging him to be no man of courage. So Joseph ordered the sword to be given into the Roman's own hand, bidding him cut off whichever hand he preferred. The Roman took the sword and cut off his left hand, sparing the right, and was let go. He then went to Vespasian's camp to show the shame that had been done to him. After this, the citizens of Zipri also rebelled, making a league with Vespasian and the Roman army. When Joseph heard this, he marched there with his host to besiege it. But the city withstood the assault, and Joseph could not prevail. Therefore he laid siege to it for a long time. Around the same time, word came to Jerusalem that the Ascalonites had aligned themselves with the Romans. The people of Jerusalem sent Neger the Edomite, Shylock the Babylonian, and Jehochanan with a force of common people. They came to Ascalon and besieged it for a long while. Inside the town was a Roman captain named Antonius, a valiant man and skilled warrior. One night, during the morning watch, Antonius and his company made a sudden attack on the Jews besieging the city. He entered their camp and made a great slaughter until daylight, so that about 10,000 Jews were slain. The rest remained firm, saying, "It is better for us to die in this battle than to flee from our enemies." And so they stood steadfastly in their ranks, trusting in the Lord God of Israel. When day came, they set themselves in array against Antonius, slew many of his men, though not without great loss on their own side. Shylock the Babylonian and Jehochanan of Jerusalem were slain by the Romans, along with 8,000 Jews who were under their command, and none of the Jewish captains escaped except Neger the Edomite. He hid himself in a sepulchre in the plain. The Romans sought him in their pursuit, but could not find him. They set fire to the wood around the sepulchre, so that all the trees, shrubs, and bushes burned, but the fire did not reach the sepulchre. This was because Niger had called upon the Lord with all his heart, asking to be delivered from his enemies, lest he be shamefully treated. He promised that at another time he would be ready to die valiantly in the Lord's cause. Thus, Niger escaped the Romans by the help of the God of Israel, in whom he trusted. Shortly after this, the people of Jerusalem sent a force of 18,000 able warriors to Ascalon to bury the bodies of the Jews who had fallen in the battles against Antony. They searched also for the body of Niger the Edomite, but could not find him until at last he cried out to them from within the sepulchre. He said, "I am here, for God has delivered me out of the hands of my enemies, that I may be avenged of them in the wars of the Lord." Then Niger recounted to them in full how he had been preserved. The Jews rejoiced greatly to find him alive and saved by so great a miracle, knowing the Lord himself had delivered him. They took his rescue as a sure sign that God would be with them in their battles. The Romans kept inside the city for fear of the Jews who'd come to bury the dead and could do nothing to hinder them. So the Jews buried all their fallen from both battles, and when they had finished, they brought Niger back with them to Jerusalem to give thanks to God for his deliverance. After this, Joseph the priest gathered his strength, marched against Ascalon with his whole army, assaulted it, prevailed, and captured the town. He slew Antony and all his men so completely that not a single one of his warriors survived. He also burned the villages and hamlets around the town, and did likewise to all the towns that had made league with the Romans, killing both Jews and Romans who dwelt in them, and burning their houses. Then Joseph returned to Zipporah, fought against its people, and overcame them. He shed much blood of those who had conspired with the Romans, destroyed the city and its villages, and led their wives and children captive to Jerusalem. Every Roman he found there, he put to death. When Vespasian and Titus heard of all that Joseph had done against the Romans, how he slew their garrisons wherever he found them in Galilee, and also all the Jews who had joined league with the Romans and their sons, they were filled with fury. They then set out and came to Apitelma, also called Acco, where Agrippa, king of Judea, was staying, together with 40,000 warriors and archers. These joined themselves to Vespasian's army, making the Roman camp exceedingly great. Moreover, multitudes of fighting men from every nation around Judea joined Vespasian. Warriors from Mesopotamia, Aram-Zophah, Assur, Sinia, Persia, Chaldea, Macedonia, and the eastern provinces, as well as the people of Mizraim, Lod, Dinan, and Seba, provinces far and near that had once been under the Jews, cast off the yoke and rebelled against Jerusalem, joining their power to Vespasian and Titus. These nations had long been burdened by the Jews, and now came eagerly to help the Romans invade Jerusalem. Only the Edomites did not join Vespasian and Titus, for they were still subject to the Jews and remained loyal to them. They had once made war against Jerusalem, but were defeated and subdued. Hyrcanus, the first king after the Maccabees, had circumcised them, and they dwelt in Jerusalem, guarding the temple and the covenant with great faithfulness. At that time, 30,000 of the strongest Edomites were in Jerusalem, defending the walls and the house of the Lord. After this, Vespasian and Titus, with all their host, marched from Acco into Galilee and pitched their camp in the mountains. When Joseph heard that the Roman army lay upon the mount in Galilee, and that Vespasian had sent a large force ahead to repair broken roads, fill in the pits, cut down high places, and level the way for the army, for he was greatly enraged with the Jews, Joseph came out of Zippery with all his strength, attacked the workers, slew them, and took such vengeance as had never been seen, for God was with him. When Vespasian and Titus heard this, they resolved to catch Joseph unprepared and surround him on every side so that he might escape nowhere. But Joseph received intelligence of their plan, left Zippery, and went to Tiberias, where Vespasian followed. Seeing the Romans approaching, Joseph fled from Tiberias to Jopata, the greatest city in Galilee. He shut the gates and stayed there with his army. Then Vespasian sent noble ambassadors to Joseph with this message: Vespasian, general of the Roman army, asks what profit there is for thee to shut thyself within a walled city. He wills rather to come forth and talk of peace, to enter into league with him. Serve Caesar, the emperor of the Romans, and thou shalt live, and thy people with thee, and not perish. Then Joseph sent ambassadors again to Vespasian, asking for a truce of a few days, so that he might deliberate on the matter with the people and let them hear Vespasian's words. He said, Perhaps they will be persuaded to make peace with thee, and then will we enter league with the Roman Empire. Vespasian agreed, ceased from fighting, and permitted Joseph to consult with the people. Joseph then sent ambassadors to all Jerusalem, to the priests, the chief men, the rulers, and the people, informing them of Vespasian's proposal. You shall understand, brethren, that Vespasian, general of the Romans, has sent his ambassadors to me, asking what it would avail us to resist them, and not rather come forth to make peace and join in league together, that we may serve the emperor of the Romans and save our lives, and not be destroyed. And I ask you, why will you lose your lives, your wives, your sons and daughters? Why will you all fall together by the sword, so that the survivors shall be led captive into a strange country whose language they understand not, and our land left desolate, our sanctuary laid waste, until no man shall be left to enter into it? Never suffer this, you who are wise, but receive my counsel and come hither to us, that we may deliberate together what conditions of peace we shall make for the safety of our lives, rather than perish, that we may enjoy the good of your country in peace. For life and quietness are better than death and banishment. The inhabitants of Jerusalem, priests, chief men, rulers, noblemen of Judah, and the rest of the people, sent word back to Joseph, saying, Take heed to thyself that thou never consent to this, nor receive conditions of peace with them. But be strong to fight until thou shalt consume them, or until thou and all the people die in battle. So shalt thou fight the battle of the Lord for his people and his sanctuary, and for the cities of our God. Let be what may be, but let not thy strength be with them. When Joseph heard the determination of the people of Jerusalem, how all ranks with one consent urged the continuation of war, he fell into great anger and fury. He went out with all his people, set them in array against Vespasian and the Roman host, and in that encounter many Jews were slain. From that day forward, Vespasian began fiercely to wage war on the Jews. He went to the city of Gerara, a great city in Upper Galilee, besieged it, won it, razed it, and slew all the people, man, woman, and child, oxen, sheep, camels, and asses, leaving nothing alive. Then he said, Now I begin to avenge the Romans whom the Jews murdered in the land of Judea. From there he departed and brought his army to Jopata, where Joseph was. The first day he camped around Jopata, he refreshed his soldiers with meat and drink in plenty, and made them good cheer. then armed each man with weapons. On the next morning, the Roman army raised a great shout and surrounded the city on every side. Joseph stood on a certain tower from which he beheld the vast Roman camp. He sounded the trumpet, gave the sign for battle, and went out with the full strength of the Jews who were with him, attacking the Romans at the foot of the hill. They fought from morning until night, and when darkness came, both sides withdrew, the Jews into the city, the Romans to their tents. Many were slain on both sides. The Romans boasted proudly, saying, "We will quickly vanquish this little nation, as we have subdued all others, that they may trouble us no more, and then we shall be at rest." The Jews likewise strengthened themselves, saying, "At this time we will all die together for the zeal of the sanctuary of our God, and never suffer these unclean men to pollute it. And when we have destroyed them, we shall have peace." Thus, through Roman pride and Jewish stubbornness, many were slain. The fighting continued into the second, third, and fourth days. Meanwhile, all the Jews living around Jopata fled to Vespasian's camp and joined the Romans to help them. Each time Joseph fought Vespasian outside the city, Vespasian sent a detachment to assault the walls. Joseph's bravest soldiers and the strongest young men who fought outside were slain, except a few with whom Joseph fled back into the city, shutting the gates after him. As Vespasian continued a long siege, he discovered a river running into the city from which the people drank. He diverted it, cutting off the water so that only the wells remained. Joseph, seeing that the Romans had removed their drinking water, said to himself, "Now will the Romans boast against us, thinking to take us at their pleasure, because we have no water and will die of thirst." So he dipped garments in the well water and hung them over the wall to make the Romans think they had abundant water. Then Vespasian commanded a great siege ramp to be built up against the wall, to mount an iron ram upon it, to batter the walls and break them down. The way to make an iron ram is like this. First, a large thick beam is used, and upon the front of it they attach a great strong head, shaped like a ram's head, with horns, all of strong iron. The iron head weighs as much as half the whole beam, and it covers the beam right up to the middle. Then they fix it into the ground against the place they aim to batter down. 2 great trees like the masts of ships. Between these they hang the beam that is called the ram with strong hemp ropes, the best that can be found, twisted also with iron wire. At the rear part of the beam, the end facing away from the wall, are iron rings securely fastened with ropes of hemp and wire tied to them. When the assaulters will batter the wall, they push forward the beam like it is a spear, crashing its strong iron horns among the stones. Then they hang weights at the rings behind, and many men standing back hold onto the ropes that run through the rings and draw the beam backward along the ground. By this means they shake the wall until it trembles again, and this is how, in many places, they tear out the stones of the building, so that afterward the walls fall down. There are also other engines, such as an iron ram mounted on 4 wheels, bound with iron and fastened with iron nails. To this they make 4 wooden feet, shaped like the feet of a ram, according to the size of the beam. The largest are 30 cubits long, the smallest 10. And however many feet the ram has, so many wheels it has also, for every wheel has its foot beside it. When they will batter the wall, certain men appointed for the task pull it back a good distance. Then a great multitude take hold of the hinder part by 4 wooden levers fixed into it, and with all their strength shove the ram forward to strike the wall. The head of this wheeled ram has no horns, but is blunt, made of the strongest iron with a very thick neck. Upon both sides of the engine is a wooden pentise to protect the men pushing the ram from the arrows and stones cast down from the wall. The rams Titus used at Jerusalem mostly ran on wheels. Of the other sort he had only a couple, as is here declared. The beam of this ram now described was as thick as 10 men could fathom, and 50 cubits long. It was hollow within and filled with ox hides folded and sewn together. The wood served chiefly to shape the outer form of the leather. The hinder part of the beam was covered with iron plates. The leather was placed inside, so the beam would not break from the weight of the counterweights hung at the rings behind when men hauled on the ropes. The wood around the leather served to keep the leather in shape. They covered it with iron plates so that those on the walls could not set it on fire. The horns on the head of the ram were as many as they pleased, but never fewer than 10. When there were 10, the beam was 20 cubits long. When 50, the beam was 100 cubits in length. Between each horn was a space as thick as a man could fathom. Each horn was at least 1.5 cubits long. The wooden wall or pentise extended as long as the leather portion of the beam and stood on both sides near the hinder part, defending the men who battered the walls from arrows or darts. The ram that Vespasian used at Jopata, where he besieged me, was made in this manner. Its length was 50 cubits. It had 25 horns upon the head, which was as thick as 10 men. Each horn was as thick as 1 man, and between every horn was a space of 1 cubit. The weight hung at the hinder part was 500,000 talents. Every talent was about 100 troy weight. The men who worked the engine were 1,500. To move it from place to place or from one city to another required 150 yoke of oxen or 300 pairs of horses and mules. If they had to assault forts or cities on hills, they divided it into parts and brought it piece by piece, and there set it together again. When the Romans had battered the walls of Jopata, and Joseph perceived them to shake, he took great sacks, filled them with chaff, and hung them down from the walls so that the horns of the ram could not reach the stones, but struck the sacks instead. The softness of the chaff weakened and broke the stroke, so the walls suffered less harm. For soft things yield to hard and break their force. But Vespasian, seeing Joseph's cunning, matched policy with policy. He secretly sent spies who were Jews into the town. Their task was that when the batteries began, they would cut the cords by which the sacks were hung, and then slip down the walls where the Romans stood ready to catch them so they would not be hurt in the fall. Then the Romans struck the wall with the ram. In the city at that time was a valiant man named Eleazar of the houses Anani the high priest, who dwelt at Jerusalem. Eleazar, seeing the Romans preparing to batter the wall as before, pulled out a great stone and made a large hole. Through this he slid down the wall, landed straddling upon the engine, fastened an iron chain to the horns of the ram, and climbed back up swiftly into the town, holding the chain in his hand. For the wall stood not high above his head, as he stood upon the ram. Then the other strong men took hold of the chain and fastened it to the pillars and walls within, so that the Romans would sooner break their ram than take it away. The priest Eleazar yet once again boldly went down and sat upon the beam, slew 50 men who worked about the ram, and put the rest to flight. Then he returned into the town, being drawn up again from the beam by those within the walls, who rejoiced greatly in his courage. After this, he went up upon a high tower, from which he cast down with great force a huge and heavy stone upon the head of the ram, and broke it, so that a great part of the head and the horns fell to the ground. The iron that covered it was old and rusty, and much eaten away. The ropes were also worn. After this, Eleazar went down again, took part of the broken head, and hurled it into the town. Those Romans who remained he either slew or put to flight. The archers shot at him and wounded him with 5 arrows, whereupon, by the help of his companions on the walls, he climbed up again. Otherwise he would not have been able because of the pain of his wounds. The people then gave a great shout for joy over the victory of the worthy priest Eleazar, who had slain the Romans and broken their ram in which they trusted. They brought part of the ram into the town and fastened it with an iron chain, so that the Romans could neither pull it back to themselves nor use it any more. Because of this, many of the best men in Jopata armed themselves that day, stirred by the great courage they had seen in Eleazar. They went down, hewed the beam to pieces, and brought the counterweights with rings and the 2 masts into the town. That same day, Eleazar died, with great renown, as one who fought for the sanctuary of the Lord, for his people, and for the land of Israel, like a faithful servant and soldier of the Lord. All the people mourned for him, and buried him in the town, honoring him for his death, his worthiness, and his faithfulness, appointing him a worthy memorial, because he had battled the enemies of the Lord. 2 young Jewish men witnessed this, Nitra and Polypus. They were men of great wisdom and understanding, skilled also in war. Being moved with zeal for the God of Israel, they opened the gates and went out against the Romans, skirmished with them, and slew many. At length they themselves were slain in the fight for the sanctuary of their God, for Israel, and for their country. When Joseph saw the wars increase more and more, he went out and made a great slaughter in the Roman tents, burning the mount and engines of war that the Romans had left behind. Because of this, the warfare grew yet more violent, and Joseph repulsed the Romans. For when the Romans saw the Jews so willing to give their lives for their God and their land, they dared not withstand their force. Vespasian, seeing his men shrinking back, stood up and encouraged them, strengthening them with kind words and promises of gold and silver, and also with food and drink. Being enticed with these, the Romans fought with Joseph that day until the sun set. As the battle intensified, the Jews wounded Vespasian with an arrow in his right leg, which sorely dismayed the Romans when they saw the blood running down. That day the fighting was fierce. Titus, seeing his father wounded and being alarmed, ran to help him. But his father said, "How is it, my son, that thou art thus astonished? Take courage unto thee, and with boldness avenge thy father upon these Jews, who now have the better hand of us." So both Titus and Vespasian with their whole host fought a hard battle that day, and many were slain on both sides. Very few were left with Joseph, with whom he retreated into the town. The next day, the Romans raised a new mount to replace the one Joseph had burned, and set another iron ram thereupon between 2 posts. Vespasian had brought 4 of this kind from Rome, besides 30 battering rams on wheels, greater and lesser, the biggest 30 cubits long, the smallest 10. He also brought 10 engines to hurl great stones, which he placed around the walls. The Romans renewed their assaults more fiercely than before, but the town was now desolate and stripped of its stoutest warriors, for they had been slain in the battle. Only Joseph and a few with him remained, and every person, even the women, went forth to the walls to defend them, for scarcely any men fit for war were left. Then the Romans flung stones into the town from the engines on the mounts. It happened that a great stone struck a woman with child with such force that it passed through her body and carried the child 1/2 mile. They raised yet more mounts, and from them hurled more stones. Another stone struck one of Joseph's soldiers, a valiant man, cutting off his head from his body and flinging it a large mile away. At the same time, one of the Roman soldiers devised how he might hit Joseph with a poisoned arrow. He positioned himself beneath a wall where Joseph stood, intending to shoot him. But Joseph spied him and cried, "Hold thy hand, thou wicked fellow, and do not kill me." At that voice, the soldier stepped aside in fear. At once the Jews poured hot oil upon him from the wall. His skin was scalded off, and he ran away naked, howling and crying to the Romans' camp, where he died. Vespasian and his son Titus were committed to continue the assault until the 47th day. Yet the walls were so high that they could not win the town. But after some time, the men within were so worn that those still alive were too weary to maintain their watch upon the walls. When Vespasian and Titus learned this one night, they scaled the walls at a quarter where watchmen were lacking, and many more Roman soldiers followed after them. They went down inside and broke open the great gate of the town, and the whole Roman army entered. Once inside, they sounded their trumpets and shouted for battle. The Jews awoke in fear at the noise, tumult, and clamor of the Romans. Nevertheless, every man seized his weapon and ran to the marketplace as quickly as he could. They had purposely made the marketplace large enough that the whole city might gather there in any emergency. As they looked around, they saw the Roman army entering the town through the way of the great gate. There they fought with the Romans and divided themselves in the marketplace, encouraging one another and saying, "Let us die here fighting, and never suffer ourselves to be taken alive." But Joseph and 40 worthy men with him fled into a wood, where they found a quiet cave and hid themselves therein. All the citizens were slain in that conflict, for they would not yield nor trust themselves to the Romans, whom they trusted so little. At one point, a certain Jew begged a Roman soldier to spare his life, and the soldier swore, "God deal thus and thus with me if I slay thee, and therefore yield, and come hither to me." The Jew asked him to give his right hand so that he might trust him, and the Roman reached out his left hand. The Jew, terrified, did not notice. When the Roman had hold of him with his left hand, he seized his sword with his right and slew the Jew, who was now unarmed, having cast away his weapon upon trusting the Roman's oath. When the Jews saw how little the Roman regarded his oath and how he slew the man who had trusted him, they resolved to die altogether and never trust the Romans. They determined to die for the holiness of the Lord God of Israel. In doing so, they slew many Romans, far more than in any previous battle. Yet at length, the city was taken. When Vespasian learned where Joseph and his company were hiding, he sent Nicanor, Pilerinus, and Callicanus to Joseph, urging him to come forth and promising that his life would be spared. Joseph then debated the matter with the men who were with him in the cave, seeking their counsel. He said, "For my part, if ye will follow my advice, I think it best we go unto them, but only on this condition, that they will give us a formal assurance of our lives effectually as we shall require them. If they do so, I do not doubt that Vespasian, when we come unto him, will extend his favor toward us." When the men perceived Joseph was inclined to yield to the Romans, they said, "We marvel at thee, O Prince Joseph, thou who wast chosen out of thousands, promoted to the priesthood and to the kingdom, to sanctify the Lord God of Israel, and appointed captain general of so great a host, and hast with thine own eyes beheld the reproach and harm of thy people, the injuries of thy sheep. How hast thou any desire to live in this dishonor? What desirest thou in life? Shouldest thou not rather desire death than life? Perhaps thou imaginest that they call thee for thy life's sake, or for thy benefit. But this is a vain persuasion. Without doubt, they call thee for no other purpose than to take thee alive, to boast how they took Joseph, consecrated to war, and to use thee as proof that their power prospereth. They will do this even if they spare thy life. But suppose they put thee to death. Would it not be better to die by thine own sword than by theirs? Even if for nothing else, it were better for thee to die, lest thou hear their reproaches, insults, and taunts. And if they preserve thee alive, never think they do it for thy good, but rather for thy shame, which is more grievous than death. Wherefore, dear brother and our prince, what is in thy heart that thou desirest to live after thy people and thy brethren are lost? What purpose doth thy life serve after only one Jew is left alive? Consider Moses, of blessed memory, our master, how he spoke to God concerning the people of Israel. Pardon their sin, or else blot me out of thy book. He would not live after the destruction of his people. Though the Almighty said to him, "Leave me alone that I may consume them." Why dost thou not remember Aaron his brother, who went between life and death, standing against the angel that plagued the people, and offered himself to die for them, so that the plague might cease? Where is King Saul and his son Jonathan, who fought for the people of God and died in the field? Could not Saul have saved his life, and Jonathan also, if he had wished? But when he saw Israel defeated, he desired not to live, but chose to die rather than live, and would not be separated from his brethren in life or in death, as did Jonathan his son. These were dearly beloved and most amiable men, as the Scripture calls them. Why dost thou not remember the righteousness of David, the anointed of the Lord, when he saw a grievous pestilence raging upon the people of Israel? He said, "Let thy hand, O Lord, I beseech thee, be upon me and my father's house, for I have sinned and done wickedly. But these thy sheep, what have they done?" They continued, "Where is the holy law smothered and stifled in thy heart? Art not thou an anointed priest, who hast declared and taught us the holy law, that we might learn to love the Lord our God with all our heart, with all our soul, and with all our strength? If the service of God is not in this, to love whom he loveth, and to die for his covenant and sanctuary, together with his servants who were slain for the unity of the name of the Lord, then wherein does it stand? Hast thou not often taught and proved unto us that everyone who dies in the wars for the Lord, his sanctuary, his people, and his law, shall be counted in the Lord's lot, made worthy to go unto the great light, and shall not see everlasting darkness? Art thou not that Joseph the priest who has cried so often in battle, I am Joseph the priest, consecrated to battle, who have vowed my life for the people of the Lord, his sanctuary and his land? But now, when thou hast yielded thyself unto them, and they treat thee despitefully, what wilt thou answer them? What amends canst thou recover at their hands? Put the case that they cast in thy teeth, and say thy words were lies, how shalt thou escape reproach? Art thou not he that said we should fight for the people of God until we die in the conflict, and that in doing so, death should be ransom for our sins, and we should surely go to the great light, the light of life? If this be true, as thou hast said, why then wilt thou shun death, and not follow thy people who have gone before thee unto that same light? Ever hast thou had the upper hand wherever thou didst come, so that they who heard of thee trembled for fear. And now wilt thou surrender thy life to captivity, to the Romans, as a vile slave? Shall not this dishonor redound also to the people of God? Thou art a prince, a king, and a priest. Wilt thou be bound in chains? Every man shall say, This is he who gave his soldiers and the rest of the people to die, but saved himself and his own life. When they had ended their speech, each man drew his sword and came toward him in the center of the cave, saying, Hearest thou, Joseph our prince? If thou wilt be ruled by us, first we shall slay thee as a lord and a great prince, and thou shalt choose what death thou wilt die, that thou mayest die honorably. But if thou refuse to die honestly, be assured of this, we will all set upon thee and kill thee. Joseph answered, Indeed I know, my brethren, that your words are just and true. For who is so mad as to desire to live in this hurly-burly? Would God that he would call my soul unto him and receive it. For I am not ignorant that it were more expedient for me to die than to live, for the great troubles that have passed through my heart. But he knoweth the secrets of men's hearts, and it is he that giveth life. It is our God who closeth souls within the bodies, and letteth them out again. For he is the living God, in whose hands remain the souls and spirits of all living creatures. He hath left us with the spirit of life, and shut it up within our bodies. Who is he that will open what he hath shut? How shall we lose that which he hath bound within us? Know ye not that life is a thing he hath given us to keep, and that we are his servants? If we cast away life before God take it, shall he not be displeased with us, so that we shall not find life in the place of the living with Abraham, our father of famous memory, and with those just and godly men, our forefathers? Do ye not know that they went not unto God before they were called, and when they were called, they came? So dealt God with all holy and godly men. Consider Moses, our master of worthy memory, the elect of God. Ye know the Lord God of Israel said to him, Get thee up into this mountain Abiram. And he obeyed. But he would not have done so of himself, had not God called him. By this we may see that it is not lawful for a man to surrender his life unto the living God, unless he require it again. Joseph continued, Take example, I pray you, of Job. When he cursed the day he was born, might he not have hanged himself, or run upon a knife, or at least followed his wife's counsel to curse God and die? Yet he endured patiently in the most extreme pain, waiting until God demanded his life, and then restored it to him, and would not restore it before he was called. King David also said, "Lead thou my life out of this prison," for he knew that life was enclosed in the body, and none might let it forth but God. I know well that death is a great comfort, so that the soul may return in due time unto God who gave it. And I know that he who dies in the wars of the Lord shall come to the great light. But I know not what may appease God's wrath towards the man who kills himself and hastens his soul's return before its time and without the Lord's calling. Wherefore, my friends and brethren, understand this. I am no more coward than you, and I do not disagree because I am faint-hearted or fearful. But this I know, I would commit a heinous offense against the Lord if I killed myself. And tell me, ye princes who cleave unto your God, who shall make intercession for us if we commit this sin and kill the other? Would not a man judge him a slave, a fool, a froward person, or a desperate man who, because all things fall not as he desires, would therefore hang or murder himself with his own hand? Such men the law punisheth. Their right hand is cut off, wherewith they force themselves to die, and they are left unburied as those who destroyed their own souls. By what reason then should we kill ourselves? I would rather that we be slain by our enemies than that we should so shamefully murder ourselves, whereby we should forever be accounted manslayers. Joseph continued his argument, saying, If any man kill himself, as Saul, whom ye have commended, then without doubt he committeth a heinous crime, such a sin as no satisfaction can be made for. Besides this, he shall be reckoned faint-hearted, as one who despaired of his recovery. Wherefore our forefathers have taught us that a man ought never to despair of his safeguard and deliverance which cometh of God, no, not even when the knife is set to his throat to cut it. For King Hezekiah, of famous memory, when he heard the words of Isaiah the worthy prophet, Make thy will, and set thine house in order, for thou shalt die, and not escape. Nevertheless, fainted not, neither ceased he to pray unto God for the prolonging of his life, that he might amend his ways, and send a better soul unto God. Then the Lord God of Israel, seeing his unwearied hope and repentance, allowed him to live 15 years longer. But as for Saul, he was not appointed king over Israel by the Lord's choosing, but only by the people who said to Samuel, Give us a king to rule over us. So afterward, when Saul was disobedient to God's will and sought by force to establish his own kingdom, the Lord departed from him and chose another, David his servant, while Saul yet lived. When Saul perceived this, he persecuted David and sought with all his endeavor to destroy him, because he knew God was with him and prospered whatsoever he did. Whereas, contrariwise, all things fell backward with Saul himself. Joseph said further, For these causes I affirm that he chose rather to die than to live. He would not endure to live after the people of Israel were overthrown on Mount Gilboa. And in my judgment, he slew himself for no cause, but because he was faint-hearted and utterly despaired of deliverance. Though he said, Lest these uncircumcised come and run me through, yet had he been a man of courage, he would have stood to his defense, even unto death. Peradventure, God might have delivered him. But instead, being drowned in despair, he procured both himself and his son a shameful end. Joseph pressed on. Consider also that he was an unmerciful king, and therefore God removed him from the world. For as he spared not his own life, nor his sons, so spared he not others. And whereas ye have mentioned Aaron to me, I ask you, why did Aaron put himself between the living and the dead? Was it not to turn away the plague from Israel? If he had known that he should be stricken himself, truly he would not have striven against the angel. But trusting in the holiness of his righteousness, he stood before the destroyer for Israel's sake. Therefore I am not to be compared with Aaron, though I am of his children. And never in my life have I shrunk from venturing my life in the wars of the Lord. Yet now I am not minded to kill myself, lest I sin against God and cast away my soul's hope of salvation. I know well it were better to be slain by mine enemies than to slay myself. And if ye say the word, let us go forth suddenly, set upon our enemies, and kill or be killed in this battle of the Lord, peradventure God will deliver them into our hands. Then if ye see me afraid of the enemy's sword, ye shall know me for a coward, and one that fawneth upon his foes. But ye shall see me go before you as a valiant man, not turning my face from death. What have ye ever seen in me, that ye should judge me fearful? Did I ever refuse battle? In the town of Jopata I kept my quarter and ward continually, and every day I fought with mine enemies. I spared them not, but impaired them greatly, defending that little city 48 days. For I thought, peradventure I may drive away the enemies of the Lord from our land and divert them from Jerusalem. So I fought until all my valiant soldiers were spent, and only you remained. I could withstand their force no longer. Yet would I not yield myself prisoner to them. Therefore I fled with you into this cave. Joseph continued, Now therefore, brethren, understand this. Death is good and profitable when it cometh in its time. But it is neither good nor godly for a man to kill himself and his brother, and for that deed afterward go into hell and perdition. What more clearly showeth a man's haughty pride and lack of hope in God than to refuse patiently to endure whatsoever happeneth until his appointed end? Behold the lions and other beasts, how they withstand their enemies, striving to save their lives. Their armor is their teeth and claws, yet they hurt not themselves, but use their strength against those who assault them. So although we lack such natural strength, yet hath nature armed us with reason and the fear of the Lord. How then should we break the bond of love one toward another, which proceedeth from God, who hath chosen us his people and inheritance? How can we turn our weapons against one another? If it be true that though we be many thousands, yet we are counted as one soul, members of one body, how shall any man find in his heart to strike his own eyes, feet, or any member of his own body, except he be mad? Moreover, my brethren and friends, consider the master of a ship, who endureth the tempest day and night to save his ship and life. Would he purposely cast himself upon the rocks? Would not the merchants mock and say, Lo, there goeth a desperate man who destroyeth himself, his ship, and the merchant's goods? Suppose an earthly king entrusts his officers with precious jewels. Should they not keep them until the king calls for them? If they cast them away before the king asketh for them, shall they not stir his wrath? And if a man enter the king's presence uncalled, doth not the king rebuke him, saying, What dost thou here before I called thee? So now all the souls of Israel are the Lord's. He hath bestowed them upon men according to his pleasure, and he will receive them again when his time comes. If a man with his own hands let forth his soul before its time, God will not receive it, neither shall it find rest, but shall be destroyed, because it was thrust out before the Lord called for it. Why then, my dear brethren and friends, do ye advise us to kill one another and to cast out our souls uncalled for? How shall we answer for this shame? How shall we make atonement for this sin? Who shall pray and make intercession for us? With this, Joseph wept abundantly, so that they mocked him and held him in scorn. Then Joseph held up his hands to heaven, saying, Thou, Lord Almighty, Thou art our Father, Thou hast formed us, and by Thy great mercy taken us out of the clay. Thou art He that leadest us in Thy faith, and Thy multitude of mercies and benignities toward us hath not ceased. And although our sins have separated us from Thee, yet nevertheless we are Thy handiwork, every one of us, and long have we been called Thy people. Thou art Lord over all creatures and souls. Thou doest whatsoever Thou wilt, and none may say unto Thee, Why doest Thou so? Thou art our Father, we are clay. Thou hast given us our shape and fashion. Therefore, if it please Thee to take our souls, take them by the hands of Thine angels, that we commit no evil against them. And if these, my fellows present with me, will not join in my prayer, behold, my life alone, for which I beseech Thy benign clemency, if it please Thee, take it, for Thou gavest it, therefore do with it whatsoever seemeth good unto Thee. It is in Thy hands. Thou hast lent it to me, and preserved it within me. I will not destroy it myself, nor let it out of this prison, before Thou demand it. For Thou knowest that a man cannot live without Thy decree and appointment, so likewise he cannot die without the same. Therefore unto Thee do I lift mine eyes, Thou who dwellest in heaven. Deal mercifully with Thy servants and with me. Turn our hearts, that we consent not to this, murdering ourselves. If Thou know any among them who intend this wicked act, I beseech Thee, O Lord my God, let me find favor in Thine eyes. Give them a heart to hear wholesome counsel, that I may deliver myself and save my life, which I commend into Thy hands, that Thou wouldest receive it unto Thee, for in Thy hand is the life of every living creature. When Joseph had finished his prayer, he turned to his fellows and saluted them. They said, Thinkest thou to move our minds, because thou hast prayed unto God for thyself and for us? Did we not tell thee before, as we tell thee now, that we are determined to die by one means or another? Wherefore speak thy mind, and tell us by what death thou wilt end thy life. We have known thee always a just man, and a worthy prince. Therefore art thou worthy to die first. Joseph, perceiving that his fellows were utterly resolved to die, and would hear none of his persuasions, for he could by no reasoning draw them to his mind, went subtly to work with them. Seeing it must be so, he said, Brethren, I will show you my advice. You are determined to die, and that upon your own swords. Therefore no better way is there than this. Let us cast lots among ourselves, to be joined in couples. Then let us cast lots, which couple shall die first. Afterward the two of that couple shall cast lots between them, which shall kill his fellow. He that remaineth shall choose one from the second couple to kill him. Likewise the second couple shall cast lots, who shall die first, and he that is left shall choose one from the third couple to slay him. And so shall it continue, even until all be slain, that we see not the captivity of our people. The last couple that remain shall do thus: run one upon the other's sword, or else cast lots, which of them shall die first. But because we are 41 and cannot be evenly joined, let us cast lots to see who shall be slain first, and when he's gone, then let the couples be made even. He that is to be slain first, let him choose one of the first couple and cast lots, and so proceed. Every man agreed to Joseph's device, God having heard Joseph's prayer. And they said with one voice, We will do as thou hast advised, and it belongeth to thee to divide the men and cast the lots. Joseph said, But let us swear by the name of the Lord that this device shall stand and be performed. They agreed, and swore all by the name of the Lord that they would keep Joseph's device of casting lots. Then Joseph cast lots for the odd man, and it fell upon Jehoiada, the son of Eliakim, a Galilean, valiant and chief in council next to Joseph, and the principal persuader of this wicked deed. After this, Joseph craftily divided them into couples, so that the lot of his own couple came out last. For he trusted in God to deliver him from this abominable act. Then Jehoiada chose one of the first couple, who slew him. After this, the second couple cast lots. One killed the other, and then chose a man from the second couple to be slain. So continued they in like manner until all were slain, and none left alive but Joseph and his fellow. Then that man said to Joseph, Come now, let us cast lots, that we may go to our brethren. Joseph answered, We will do so if thou be so minded. But first, hear me speak a few things in thine ears. Tell me, have not these sinners rebelled against God in murdering themselves so shamefully? Neither could I by any means dissuade them from this wickedness. Why then should we too sin so grievously against God and against our own souls? If the lot fall that I should kill thee, I should be counted a manslayer, and worthily, and perhaps afterward I might escape, saving my life. But if it fall that thou kill me, thou also shalt be taken as a murderer, and perhaps thou shalt not escape, though thou thinkest thou might. Yet in either case, we lose our hope in God, inasmuch as we sin against our own souls. For all these men here dead, behold, they have sinned against their own souls, dying without discipline and good order. If thou sayest, What of our oath? Knowest thou not that he who breaketh a wicked oath committeth no wickedness thereby? For a man is bound to perform no oath that breaketh the law of God. David said, I have sworn and will perform, meaning only that oaths made in agreement with God's commandments are binding. But no oath made against the law can stand before God. And more than this, before we swore, our fathers swore first at Mount Sinai that they and their children should keep the law of the Lord. Moses made a covenant with them, not only with those present, but also with us. How then dare we swear to break the law of God and become man-killers, when it is written plainly, Thou shalt not kill? Wherefore, my brother, we need not be troubled about that oath, but rather break it, for God will not be displeased with us for so doing. For I, being afraid of these wicked men who now lie here dead, invented this device of lots, that I might save my life. Now therefore, my brother, If thou wilt follow my advice, thou shalt save both thy life and mine. I will cast no lots, nor perform this oath which is not good in the law. But if thou wilt not, I will meet thee, and fight thee, and kill thee, and spare myself." With this, Joseph leapt back and drew out his sword, standing over against him for his defense, to see how his fellow would answer. His companion, hearing this, moved neither hand nor foot against him, but said, "Lo, I am content. Do what thou thinkest good, because thou art a man of God. And blessed be the Lord God of Israel, who hath not withdrawn his mercy from me, but made me to be in thy lot, whereby my soul is saved from going to hell. Thy lot is a just lot, for the Lord will not leave the scourge of sinners upon the lot of the just." Much besides this spoke Joseph's companion, for he was sore afraid of him, lest Joseph should have killed him if they had encountered together, for Joseph was the better man of his hands, and therefore Joseph chose him into his lot, that he might be able to make his party good with him. In this point Joseph played the wise man's part, for he escaped by this means both from the hands of those wicked fools, and also from his fellow. Therefore Joseph called out of the cave to Captain Nicanor, and said to him, "Wilt thou promise me that neither thou nor any of thy men that be here with thee or in the Romans' camp shall kill us before thou hast brought us unto Vespasian, and let him do with us as he thinketh good?" Nicanor answered, "So and so deal God with me if I fulfill not thy request. So be it, thou wilt come forth unto me, together with the men that thou hast with thee." Joseph said, "I will come forth to thee, and so many more of us as be alive. For it has come to pass that some of us are dead in the cave. How then can they come forth?" Then said Nicanor, "Never think, friend Joseph, that I come to deceive thee. Come forth, and trust in thy God, for thou needest not to fear." Joseph said, "Swear unto me this by the God of Israel, although he be unknown to thee." Nicanor answered, "I swear unto thee by that God who made the world by his wisdom, that thou needest not to fear me, but boldly mayest come forth unto me." So Nicanor made a covenant with Joseph and his fellow, confirming and ratifying it in writing after the manner of the Romans, and reached it into the cave upon a spear, holding the point of the spear in his own hand. Joseph took the writing, read it, and believed Nicanor. Then came he forth to Nicanor, and his fellow with him. When Nicanor, sitting upon his seat of state that was set for him in the wood near to the cave, saw Joseph coming toward him, he rose up and embraced him, kissed him, and set him on his right hand, and wept with him abundantly. He honored his fellow also, placing him between Polyaenus and Gallicanus, whom he then had present with him. Then Nicanor asked him for the rest of the men that were with him, desiring that they should come forth, and he would honor them also, and do them no harm. Joseph declared the whole matter unto him, and told him what had become of them. Nicanor, hearing of the stubbornness of the Jews' hearts and their wicked intents, was greatly moved. He rose and went from thence with Joseph and his companion unto Vespasian. When the Roman army saw Joseph, they were greatly astonished, and gave a mighty shout. Some rejoiced that Joseph was taken, saying, "This is good luck, that our eyes shall see our long-expected desire." Others lamented, and let tears fall from their eyes with heavy hearts, saying, "Is not this that worthy man who made all the Roman host to quake for fear, whose fame and renown was known throughout all lands? How has it come to pass that so mighty a man is taken from his own country among his own people? If this chance befall such a man to be taken in his own land, in the midst of his own family and friends, how shall we escape in a strange land?" Certain evil-disposed Roman soldiers went to Vespasian, saying, "Sir, command this man to be slain without mercy, for he hath been the destruction of so many Romans. This is the very same who shot the arrow that struck thee in the leg. Put him to death, and then shalt thou be sure he will never stir a war against thee again. If thou do not, thou shalt see him yet raise an army and destroy us." But Joseph found friendship in Titus, Vespasian's son, which came of the Lord. When Titus heard those wicked men's counsel to slay Joseph, he disapproved their advice, and partly in mockery taunted them, saying, "Will you tell my father what he should do? Will you give him such wicked counsel to kill the man who yielded himself to us upon trust of our league and bond of friendship, which you now go about to break? Did not Captain Nicanor, in my father's name and Caesar's, with all the Roman host, make a covenant with him? Take heed what you say. Is it reason to break the Caesarian fidelity? Moreover, who can tell whether it may so happen that some of us will be taken by the Jews, as Joseph is prisoner here with us?" When Vespasian heard his son's words, he was pleased, and spared Joseph, not suffering him to be slain, but committed him to a certain captain, and carried him about through the cities, together with King Agrippa. After this, Vespasian removed his camp to Thalmida, also called Acco, and from thence he went to Caesarea, a great city. When the people of the city saw Joseph, they cried to Vespasian, "Kill him! Kill him! Or else he will one day be an occasion to stir great wars against thee." But Vespasian gave no ear to them. While he was at Caesarea, tidings came that the citizens of Papho had invaded and spoiled the isles under his dominion with a navy. Hearing this, Vespasian commanded an ambush to be laid without the town. And it came to pass that when the pirates went out a-roving, Vespasian entered the town and took it without great resistance, because their soldiers were absent. When the rovers therefore returned with their navy and saw the Romans in the city, they labored to set a land. But suddenly, a huge tempest and a mighty storm drove all their ships against the rocks that were in the seashore, for there was no haven for ships. Therefore they lost many of them, and those that swam to the land were slain by the Romans. They that were drowned in the sea, and they that were slain by the Romans were in number 4,000 good men of war, besides them that were slain in the town, 40,000, all Jews. This done, Vespasian sent forth Phyllicarus and Tarabus, 2 Roman colonels, with his son Titus, who went, besieged, and won the towns of defense that were in Galilee. And thus did Titus use them. They that yielded unto him, he saved their lives, but whosoever withstood him, he slew. Moreover, all the cities that belonged to Agrippa in Galilee, he restored unto him again. Only Tyava excepted, which he utterly razed, and slew all the males, especially such as were apt to the wars, and sold also their wives and children. And this was the only city in all Galilee that Titus showed such rigor and extremity unto. Chapter 7. Vespasian left that place and traveled to Gamala, a city built on the top of a high mountain. Its name comes from the Hebrew word gamal, meaning to repay or to do good, because it was considered the finest city belonging to Agrippa, and its people were very wealthy. Not far from Gamala was the city of Seleucia, a beautiful region filled with good towns, gardens, streams, and all kinds of fruitful trees. Agrippa begged Vespasian not to destroy Galilee. He said, "Let me go to them first and offer peace. Perhaps they will accept it and save their lives." Vespasian agreed for Agrippa's sake, saying, "Go and do as you wish. Out of honor for you, I will allow this." So Agrippa went to the people of Galilee and spoke to them kindly. They welcomed him in the same manner, but they were deceitful. They said, "You are our Lord and King. Everything valuable in Israel belongs to you. Come nearer and speak with your servants." Agrippa believed their words and approached the city. As he stood listening to them, someone threw a huge stone from the wall. It struck him between the shoulders with such force that it knocked him flat, breaking his back and one of his arms. His servants immediately lifted him up and carried him to Vespasian. When Vespasian saw how badly Agrippa was wounded, he swore he would not leave until he had taken the city and destroyed it as completely as he had destroyed Tyre, leaving not one man alive. The Roman physicians worked with great care and eventually healed Agrippa. In his anger against the people of Seleucia for harming their king, Vespasian besieged the city. The Jews inside encouraged one another, saying, "Let us stand firm and fight bravely, for we have no other hope now that we have injured the king." Some of their strongest men rushed out and fought the Romans, killing many. The Romans then brought up their engines of war and battering rams against the walls. By nightfall, a large section of the wall had been beaten down, enough for Vespasian and his men to enter if they wished. But Vespasian ordered his army not to enter until morning, so they could better observe how to capture the place. The soldiers, however, disobeyed and forced their way inside that night. The Jews immediately attacked them, closed off the streets with chains, and trapped the Romans so they could not move forward or backward. Then the Jews fell upon them and killed them all, except 10 men who escaped with Vespasian, and a captain named Butius, one of Rome's finest warriors. But even he was chased down and killed. Vespasian and the few with him fled into the mountains for safety. From there he sent for his son Titus, who was in Syria with the army that Vespasian had early sent to Persia, and Titus returned into Jewry. Soon after, Vespasian gathered new soldiers and rebuilt his army, joining forces with Agrippa's troops. They returned to Seleucia, captured it, and killed every man there. Then they went once more through the cities of Galilee, capturing each one and treating them with the same severity. After this, Vespasian came to the walled city of Nascala, the last fortified town left standing in all Galilee. He besieged it because it was filled with violent and lawless men, robbers and criminals who feared neither God nor man. Among them was Jehochanan, a cunning and clever man, wise in evil, skilled in persuasion, and able to lead others astray. He was a murderer, a thief, and had grown rich from stealing. Many worthless men gathered around him, killers, rebels, and troublemakers whom he paid generously to join his gang and support him as their leader. Titus was sent by Vespasian to offer peace to this city. When Titus arrived, he sent ambassadors to propose peace, and the citizens agreed, preparing to make a treaty with him. But Jehochanan, seeing that the elders and leaders of the town were willing to accept peace, ordered his followers to guard the walls so the people could not speak with the Romans. He told them, "We will answer for the whole city." Thus Jehochanan replied to Titus's ambassadors, saying, "Tomorrow is a holy feast of the Lord God. Tell your master Titus to give us 2 days of peace, and on the 3rd day we will give him our answer." Titus agreed and delayed the assault. These events took place on the eve of Pentecost, also called the Feast of Weeks and Harvest. But before dawn on the third day, Jehochanan and his followers escaped out of the town and fled toward Jerusalem. When Titus sent again to ask for their answer, the people replied, "We wish to make a league with you. We belong to you and submit ourselves to your command. Only promise that no Romans harm us, our bodies, or our goods." Titus accepted, sealed the agreement in writing, and the gates were opened. He entered the town with his whole army, and the Jews received him joyfully, showing him great honor. Then Titus asked after Jehochanan and his companions. The citizens told him that they had fled in the night. Titus sent soldiers in pursuit, but they could not catch him, for he had traveled quickly. However, many of the people who fled with him, men, women, children, the elderly, and the weak, were caught by the Romans and killed, and the soldiers returned with much spoil. After this, Titus conquered all the cities in Galilee and appointed rulers in them. Then Vespasian left that place and came to Mount Tabor, a mountain always covered in snow. It rose 30 furlongs high, and at the top was a broad plateau 23 furlongs long. Vespasian sent his captain Palgarus, who captured both the mountain and the town on it. Here the writer ends his account of the battles fought throughout Israel and Galilee, saying no more in this book, because they are too many to recount and have been written already in the history of the Romans.